level spiritually or in conscious and awareness. But the majority of you women are like severely disturbed from your past. You don't know how to let a man lead. You don't know how to shut up at times. You don't know how to leave a man the fuck alone and let him focus on his purpose and meaning and getting understanding of himself and just being authentically himself. Right. So there's not a chance. There's not a chance. I wouldn't even, a lot of you, I can't even have phone sex with you because it's going to be bad karma for me. You know? Like I'm now giving you this belief that something's going to go on with us beyond me just like, you know, exploring my limited sexual experience in a venue where there's limited liability, right? And consequence. So generally I should probably not do that anymore. Right. Like if I'm not actually into the woman and she's not actually functional actively and understand what a woman means to a man, I shouldn't have any kind of sex with them. Right? Even phone sex, probably shouldn't. That's the thing. It's like all my life I've had limited experiences with women because I guess I have too high of a standard. You got to be able to like walk, talk, chew gum, not be an emotional wreck, and not constantly project your incessant desires and wants and needs onto me as a source of your completion constantly. They just can't get it done, the majority of them. They don't know what it's like to be their own person and live their own life and have a genuine connection with each other based on some bigger process, purpose, or loyalty. Just like, you know, some low level codependent energy exchange or suck. I'm not into it. You know, at best at this point, like I did that all. I learned quick, did that once or twice, done with it. Right, late bloomer, so went a good portion of my life without a mama and out any women. So I'm now at the point where, as much as I may desire a woman, want a woman, get pleasure with a woman, see the value in the divine feminine aspects of creation, right, the woman in me and in others, so to speak. When it comes down to the lowest level of personalities and application, very limited purview on who's going to be meant to be interacting with me and me interacting with them for many reasons. And you know, I'm not claiming that I am perfect. I know I did the bit before being purposely arrogant. I'm probably far from perfect in certain ways. And again, I guess that's a subjective thing as well, beyond the objective judgment of God. But yeah, I say to myself, I'm in my own lane. I focus on me, very egotistical and narcissistic. Care more about me and my life and my future and my success than I do about pretty much anyone or anything here, based in truth and principles and values, right? I believe we need to be like that. Like Brian O'Shea needs to prioritize himself, his life, his time, energy, attention, his resources. He needs to care more about himself than anyone or anything else. Because if you don't care about you more than others, who will? And if they do, how is that functional? That's what I've learned. Right. So again, selfish to get selfless. There can be a bigger idea of why we're brought together, why we're meant to be together, share experience and information, and then surrender the rest. But on the lowest level, we got to have our own understanding, our own life, our own purpose, our own meaning, our own values. Now, if those mesh, great. But that doesn't mean we need to be attached at the hip. Right? The best relationships are those where you have time away from each other and come back, time away and come back. You know, as long as the communication's functional and you've built a bond and trust, then there should be no problem with separation or individual co-creation that we then come together to share the results of. So yeah, I'm done with the codependency. I don't do it with my friends and family. I won't do it with anyone at this point. I wake up and I got to put me first and what I'm doing first. If not, I'll be all out here with everyone and everything else, and I'll never become or do or be or observe me and create. I did too much of that at one point. Running around town, having to be a part of shit, friends, worrying about family, bullshit family who are dishonorable, who can't stand on anything. I'm done. Cut it all off. Right? You can call that egotistical or narcissistic. I believe that's the cocoon that it takes for a being to do the metamorphosis and come out as the butterfly, right? That's chosen isolation, regardless of how much love and care you have for people and how much desire and you have to socialize or co-create. At some point, you have to get logical with yourself and objective. Say, this shit's not working. There's little to no benefit to this. I will co-create with folks to a limited degree when they align with my values and principles and lifestyle. If not, What are they there for? I don't necessarily see virtue in this walk on this individuated journey in consciousness based on romanticism. That's not where I draw my value and virtue, right? So this is about self-control, self-mastery, self-direction, self-actualization, and realization. Feelings rarely come into the mix in that program, in that process, and for good reason. Feelings are deceptive, Bryan O'Shea, at times. We all have learned that. Snafu Snaps is here. I think he's going to address you. Greetings, Snafu Snaps.
Mr. Daddy. So you notice Mr. O'Shea is full of shit right now. He's not being accountable for hiking the mountains, listening to Jordan Peterson. You tried making excuses, Bryan, but you remembered it so well that you published it on your public Twitter to let the people know you're a Jordan Peterson follower.
You fucking tweeter slave.
Like, oh, I don't even know what I'm thinking or doing. Like, you're full of shit. Daddy, can you bring it up so all can see the optics of Bryan lying here? Like, he's absolutely full of shit. And then what you did is you brought a bit that was funny as fuck with the cart and all that, but you totally ruined it all when you had a chance to bring real conversation, real optics, and you were ashamed, Daddy. You turned the camera off, you got Mormonized, you sucked some little white Mormon witness's dick, and you said, fuck Unslaved, fuck Daddy. I'd rather rolling around in the cart and get the clout, haha, laugh. But when it comes to real optics of conversation, you bitched out like a coward. Bryan, you Jordan Peterson fuck, you better fucking start getting it together.
Your thoughts, Bryan, before we move on? We got to get to the Castro at some point.
What's the date of that post?
I've named him Frauditor of the Year.
What's the date of that hiking Jordan Peterson post?
Doesn't matter. You were bragging about listening to Jordan Peterson, telling people I'm hiking, listening to Jordan Peterson. Doesn't matter what year it was. It doesn't matter when you did it. The fact is that just shows how you're fucking who and what you're about. You fucking dumb fuck.
What was the date of it? You got it backstage?
Man, I listened to Paul and Slave go hiking. How come you didn't bring conversation to the plate with some Mormons and say, right, oh, I'll do this cart thing and let Daddy give me clout and laugh and this and that, have a great time. But then you just ruin it in the end when Daddy's like, hey, let's have a real conversation. Oh, and the end, what's funny is you even bragged and said, hey, the Mormons are coming. So Daddy left Illuminatommy's channel for you. You
see
shit
what
on
happens?
Daddy and Enslavia.
And see what happens? I prioritize other people and their interactions, and then I leave whatever I'm doing to try to be there. This is why I say, gotta care about yourself and what you're doing and creating and what your intention is, because if you neglect that, you neglect your own walk and work and your intuition to interact with someone else, you might be left with nothing at the end of the day. Right? And that's okay. I roll with the punches. We were 7 hours in. I wanted to get the fuck out of there anyway. I did want to get the interaction, but I'm not mad about it. I don't take it personal. Again, I violated one of my own rules like I do all the time. That's why they say I'm hypocritical, because I lay out an objective format of the best way to live life to get the best results for self and by proxy others indirectly. And then I go and violate all that shit because I got feelers too. I love Bryan O'Shea. I want to talk to Bryan O'Shea because he makes me laugh, right? And then they say, oh, I'm laughing at him. I'm insulting him. Okay, you can't win. Like, I love Bryan O'Shea. I want to see him interact with the Mormons and be a little creepy and weird because I know he gets off on that shit, fucking with people and seeing their reactions, and then nothing. So, should have just stayed with my intuition of fucking with Illuma Tranny or just getting off 2 hours before. I didn't do that. I put other people's work and nonsense over my own because I have feelings. I have feelings for Illuminatomy. I care about the kid. I don't like what he does and what he says oftentimes. I don't really have to because it doesn't affect me. If you can't affect me, then why should I choose a feeling about what you're doing? Even if a feeling comes up, why hold that and sit with it? You can't affect me. Nothing you're saying is true as far as I can see. It's all just jealousy and envy. So I put that aside and I go, I care about these people as human beings. But as soon as I neglect my vision, my purpose, my intuition to deal with them, things go wild and crazy. I almost willfully, actively do it on here. I wouldn't do it in life, but I actively and willfully do it on here just because I know you got to kind of, go with the flow, take it all on, do something with it. and play the game at times, right? I love to watch Illumitami. I think we all do. As much as we may care about him and know he's going to kill himself and is killing himself, he doesn't care. Doesn't care about himself. Doesn't love
I
himself.
know. I was kind of sad that O'Shea was like, "Hey guys, I got Mormons coming. Come interact." And then he ruined the opportunity of reconciliation with Illumitami and Daddy. And then he just completely shit on Unslaved and said, "Oh, well, I'm turning the camera off."
Can we get back to Jack, please? Seriously.
Yeah, you're just as worse as Jack, Bryan. You're chasing that clout, bro. It's obvious.
All right, let's move on here. Bryan's like gone silent. He's giving weird looks, sad looks.
Because he knows he's guilty as fuck.
Is that what that is? He's got a guilty look on his face?
Tired. Put up the tent next to my car last night. Fucking worked out this morning. Running.
Why are you looking like that?
I don't know. It's the lighting, dude.
It's the lighting.
Lighting sucks in Walmart.
You're being super non-aggressive and tweaking. Your eyes are all rolling around.
Fucking tired, man. Fucking driving around with no plates. Dude, Snafu is such a scumbag. He just searches my shit, dude. He scrolls for years and years back of shit I posted. He's trying to find anything, dude. So far, he's got the Catholic Church. He's got a Jordan Peterson 12 Rules to Life from March 15th, 2018. That's all he's got. You know, if he had anything else, dude, he'd be fucking right up here. He's searching so hard, though, dude. He's just trying to find something.
Are you ready for DeCastro or what? We got to cover this. We've been covering it so far. DeCastro's gotten Scholar/Frauder of the Year award for his abominable performance and having the balls and the nerve to come out like the first day on the jail phone and beg the audience for more money to the tune of at least 50 to 100,000 for him to fail miserably in his arrogance and egotism. You know, playing the victim, selling products in trifolds that are fraudulent because he doesn't live any of the information at court. You know, we've gone over it over and over again. You're not getting out of this. People, I don't give a fuck that DeCastro texted me a week before he went to jail. We were saying nice, polite things to each other. Right? This is the reality of it, dude. This is the public eye. This is the accountability. I'm almost more real and out the box on here than I am in private, just because I feel like I have to be accountable here more. Like I've almost set up a space where people watch me and it forces me to be like radically accountable to the point where it's almost self-sabotage. Then when I go back to private, I'm like, yeah, I really did just kind of blow everything up and put it all out there and say, fuck it. Oh, well, you know, they're not going to like me now. They're not going to talk to me now. Whatever. The truth is the truth. The audience needs to know the truth. We need to live the truth. So, you know, again, that's just like, don't think that it doesn't make me really uncomfortable here at times. I just fucking breeze right past it. There's many times where I go to speak on something and that feeling comes up in me and I just check it and put it right aside because I go, I've gotten used to being uncomfortable. I've gotten comfortable with the uncomfortable in many ways. Right. And we know, you know, when we don't like conflict or confrontation, we don't want to stand up and speak the truth because people might not like us. There may be consequences. Right. So I've just gotten really good at really used to feeling that uncomfort, moving past it, speaking on the truth as I see it, surrendering the rest, because in my heart, I really do believe that what I'm doing and this information and truth has to be understood in order for us to go to the next level. If it's not, we're fucked. So it's like, that's my keeping the morale high speech to the troops, right? At times I get a bit, you know, fraternal in the sense where I do the hazing and the razzing. And I say, you know, you're acting like a bitch, or why are you crying, or this, that, and the third. I'm older brother Paulie is a good way to look at it. If you're not going to do daddy and Uncle Paulie, when I went to treatment center, rehab, I wasn't aware of this till it happened, right? I didn't know that, you know, I didn't even think about it. It wasn't, again, low self-esteem, self-worth, been a theme throughout my life. So I know it when I see it, and I've worked on it. I'm still working on it, I guess you could say. But they elected me big brother of the institution, right? Wasn't even on my mind, didn't even think that. I just, again, would go around the institution doing what I do here, holding myself and everyone else radically accountable to the point where I got a reputation in that facility for I'm not there to play games. We're there to get off drugs. We're there to understand ourselves. We're not there to bullshit ourselves and each other and play games, right? So I don't go to administration or none of that. I just tell people, don't you fucking bring drugs in here. We're going to have a problem. You got no business coming to treatment and rehab bringing drugs in here. So don't do it. Right? It's got nothing. It's about keeping order and governing yourself and working with others to govern ourselves. That's what community is. So, again, I don't think there's any coincidences, and that's why I have some confidence at this point, because I have many experiences where folks will say in other areas that they've been like part of leadership, like they've been seeking that, right? You guys aren't fooling anyone. You guys are seeking entitlements and leadership positions. I've never done that. I've been put in leadership positions by the folks who I've done fellowship with because they see the value in how I present and how I co-create with them and what I bring to their table. I don't seek leadership positions. I don't seek titles and grandiosity. Far from it. Right. So even this kind of at some point was thrust upon me, and it happened to work out. I believe the universe prepared this for me, whatever this broadcasting experience is, wherever it goes, because I had little to no other options that I was passionate and really wanted to do other than media, which I grew up on. Right. Pretty much talk radio. So once again, in my mind, it never occurred to me that I would ever be able to do talk radio because that's them and I'm me. Here we are, right? So, yeah. With that said, let's get to the DeCastro situation. I'm in full, like, as Snafu says, damage control mode today. Right? I don't feel damaged. I don't feel like I've done wrong. But I'm trying to make sure that on this journey that I don't get too big of a head, so to speak, and lose myself, and start to buy my own bullshit a little bit too much, right? Not that I'm bullshitting, but it's just like, I want to make sure that I'm addressing folks the way that needs to be addressed for there to be a change, if that's what the person wishes, right? Especially in this venue. So, yeah, the situation with Steve yesterday and Sarah and a few others caused me at times to be hyper vigilant, to look at myself and make sure that I'm really in alignment with what it is that I'm doing and saying and what my reasoning is. Right. So I haven't really heard or seen any other compelling reasoning for me to change how I address people in certain situations on here. Other than that, they don't like how it feels. It's not a good enough reason for me. I don't like how it feels to be in slavery and genocide every day and be surrounded by cowards who want to tell me they love me but won't walk with me to do what's true and what's right. I don't like how it feels. Okay? So that's why I speak the way that I do, and that's why I do what I do in order to change myself and help others change. Brian O'Shea, do you have anything before we go to DeCastro? I got a couple folks here that I got to thank. This is a I'm not doing a Donnie Trump, but I kind of am. It's an amazing audience. It's not big, it's not huge, but it's amazing. Definitely a blessing. These folks somehow or another come here, get value from me, appreciate me, forgive me for my shortcomings and imperfections, contribute and support, and they are a blessing to myself. There's no denying it. And again, it is for them and because of them, along with myself, that I do want to make sure that I do what's true and correct and proper here, while also being entertaining at times, right? I don't want to drop the ball for the supporters and contributors, right? I don't want them to think less of me and this platform and what we do here by acting up and acting out, and not showing, true care. I'm Mr. Tough Love here, Brian O'Shea. That's the rap that I get, I guess. That's the best it's going to get. If they do say I'm loving and caring, well, I'm Mr. Tough Love. Much love, much love. Pedro Castillo, the Latino angel, says, tongue and spirit on fire. Well, thank you, sir. Just keep me accountable. Keep me honorable. Keep me accountable. Keep me honest. Don't let me get away with too much here, because it'll be my undoing, right? You're not doing Paulie Boy any favors. Just like I'll tell Rob G. the punk coward who sends me dollar bills constantly. When he's not sucking my feet, he's constantly critiquing me. And then I ask him, could you please come up here and talk to me man to man, not from a chat box or at $1 cash apps? He can't get it done. So I had to send him $2 back last night and tell him to go fuck himself. Either get some balls and get up here and talk to me face to face and create a bond with me in truth, or go fuck yourself. Stop sending me shit when you like what I'm doing and stop sending me shit when you don't like what I'm doing. So you would think I'd like that because either way I get paid. He pays me when he likes what I do. He gives me $1 when he doesn't. I'm not interested in playing the game with you. See, that's what they don't understand. I'm at the point now where I take it as subtle manipulation. Folks don't get it. Someone could hand me $1 million fucking dollars, and if it comes with an if-then statement, I'm going to tell you to fuck yourself, and I'm probably going to give you that back and a little extra. Just to let you know, I'm not for sale. I don't want it. Not all people are good people. Not all money is good money. I've learned that. Matter of fact, I didn't have to learn that. It's pretty much intuitive to me. I've always kind of been that way. I'll fuck everything up and burn it all down for what's true and what's right, or to just express freely and be authentically myself. I will not change that. Right? I've just always been that way. It's my nature. Ask my father. Paulie boy learns the hard way. Ask him how many things I fucking ran my mouth and talked myself out of by being authentically me and not giving a fuck somehow, some way. Right? Like, go ask him how he can't believe how little I give a fuck about all the shit I've thrown the fuck away just being authentically me. It's got to be that way. I'm not going back on heroin. I'm not going back to hating myself. I'm not going back to doubting myself and feeling like a fucking coward. And I'm not going back to being at all manipulated by anybody around me, especially if they're not competent and capable and successful. I don't want nothing to do with your hear from you. You got no business giving me fucking advice. That goes for you, Rob G, and many others. Please don't take that personal. I have to do that for me on my journey. Tom, it's good to see Tom still around. I always like him. I know I give him shit. But, you know, he's kind of got that energy about him. He brightens things up. You know, he makes us laugh. He talks his shit, whatever. You know, there's a lot of people here, whether I give them shit or not. It's always good to see that they're still around and they're still getting value here and they're still enjoying what we do. So that always makes me feel good. He says, much love donation. Thank you, Tom P. Dwayne G says, for Brian's grocery cart travel rights with no policy. So they like seeing you traveling in the cart, O'Shea. That was like a favorite bit of not only mine, but a good portion of the audience. The Brian O'Shea rolling out, traveling freely in the market, kind of mixing things up, you know, doing the reactive bit. We're into that. We like kind of doing absurd things at times and watching people's reaction because it's the absurdity of creation. You know, like really look around and see how God has a sense of humor at times. Is O'Shea in Walmart prison? That's what I asked him before. He looks like he's at one of those migrant detention centers. But he's at a Walmart tire section, mechanic section. All right, come on, man. I'm doing all this fucking, you know, Steve Martin was right. I don't ever shut the fuck up here. My father used to say that to me as well. They all say the same thing to me at times. They go, Paul, you never stop talking. I do. Ask the women who are in my life. I go, the men go, stop talking so we can be seen and heard and feel important and valuable. You go, you never stop talking. And then ask the women, they go, why won't you talk to us? Oh, man. DeCastro, May 10th, jail report, producer, go.
Hello, world. Today is
Hello,
May
world.
10th, 2024. If you haven't been following my case,
O'Shea, I want you to feel free to holler out. Stop me at any time if you got commentary on anything that we're doing here. That's an open door policy for you. Not many others get that. But for you, even if I'm like taking it 2 steps over there to hit the reefer and I hear you holler out, I will run back over and I will stop this clip so you can make commentary. All right? That's the level of fucking power and juice that you got here nowadays.
Video for you to catch up on. I was put in jail for obstruction, a charge that nobody gets put in jail on, but they put me in jail for 6 months. Judge Zimmerman did this. And so now I'm dealing with the onslaught of having to keep my business alive, keep my social media channels going, and keep my attitude and my head up as I'm inside of an absolute horrific system that was initially built and intended to punish black people for being black. Now, I wish that wasn't true, but the actual process of this dungeon, if you get in trouble in here and they put you in the hole, they don't give you a book or a pencil. That means your brain cells shrink. An antisocial man who commits crimes is more likely to be more antisocial and commit more crimes if you shrink his brain cells. Why would they put you in a 6 by 9 foot room and take away your pencil and your book if it wasn't to create you worse, to make you a worse person? And so that's what this system is based on. The entire penal system in America is based on punishing black people for being black. Now, I'm pretty conservative, so not everything is racist. However, the jail system and the prison system was literally created for exactly the reasons I stated. And I'm living it. I'm inside of it. I'm seeing it. I understand the processes.
To Castro, I'm pretty sure fascism's been going on in every civilization from the beginning of time, and I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with black people. You're doing it again. You're pandering. You're using blackness to be politically correct and to market and promote. Jails have not been used specifically to house people based on their race. They've been used for the same reason on every land, to behaviorally modify those who don't want to live in the code of the supposed society who's claimed order and authority over every other being on that land. It's got nothing to do with colorism. God, you guys are fucking pathetic and desperate. You don't stop with the fucking pandering and marketing and promoting and political correctness. Shameless.
In here now, it's completely barbaric. It's the most inhumane treatment you could possibly imagine. Now, fortunately for me,
no, it's not. You're making extreme statements. I'm tired of you emotional males constantly making extreme, non-factual statements. County jail is not the most torturing, extreme pain and suffering that you can experience. You must have not really lived a full life. You must have not really gone through too much in your life, right? So if you really want to get like metaphysical about it, that turns physical, an absence of true care and love and heart-based intelligence is the most painful thing that you can experience. I know because I've been there. There's no physical pain that compares to emotional brokenness and heartbrokenness, right? As a matter of fact, pain, physical pain almost becomes a relief from the other pain at that point, right? So you being taken away from your business and your corporatized lifestyle and be forced to sit with yourself and access God and get some kind of daily habit for success with little to nothing for stimuli, that's not the worst and most painful, regretful state of beingness or process you could be a part of, right? You have no idea. Like, it's like you just say, they just say shit based on how they're feeling, and your feelings are deceptive. You haven't met somebody who's at rock bottom, who's at the worst brokenness and pain and humiliation and suffering. You're not it. I can tell by the way you're presenting here. You're way too arrogant. You're way too selfish, you know, in the sense of I'm going to get more money. I'm going to pander to black people. You have no idea what it's like to actually be broken and humiliated and put through suffering and pain. And the worst part is most of it is self-created, whether we're aware of that. What are you doing to me, Osha? Get the hell out of there. Now I got Jhené Aiko in the background. Can't stand that bitch's voice and fucking whoever that is. I don't know who she is. I just threw a name out. My goofy ex-girlfriend used to listen to Jhené Aiko. Sounded just like that goofy bitch. God help me. I'm a filthy slave. I get vaccinated. I like chemtrail face. Like, get out of here. God. Can we get back to the solid gold oldies? That's why I only go to like Kroger, places like that. Don't play this new oh my God.
That's fucking loud. Fucking. What about
now
Saint?
I got a slave pulling up in this driveway. Hold on, Brian O'Shea. I'm gonna get back to the video. I got some slave pulling into this fucking driveway now.
There are body cams on the supervising jail guards, and so they have body cams on. They follow a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols in here. So this is one of the best run dungeons in America. The cops have not, the guards in here have not beat on me, and they have not hurt me, and other than putting me in the hole, which I think was unjust, for live streaming a phone call. I live streamed the phone call. They literally came in with 12 men, put me in handcuffs, and took me down to this place, 6 by 9 foot room. So I don't think it was fair, and I will petition this place when I get out for putting me in that hole. But as far as being May 10th, 2024, I'm 60 days away from the appeal brief. The appeal brief is online. It's been filed. I will call my attorneys and I'll get it on my website, Lead Laws, within the next 24 hours. If you're not keeping up with my case, you should read that appeal brief. It goes over 4 basic factors that I have a First Amendment right. Number 2 is that the statute is arbitrary and capricious, very vague and ambiguous. It could mean anything. Number 3, judicial misconduct or judicial bias. And number 4, ineffective counsel. Those are the 4 points that the appeal brief will cover. And so you can, I'm going to have it on DeleteLaws.com. DeleteLaws.com with the deal. I'll have it up there in the next 24 hours. I have very limited time on the phone today, so I can't leave a long daily update. And I know this one's been a little bit choppy because I've been dealing with a lot of things. This is really difficult. However, please keep sending me mail. Keep sending me mail. Keep sending me letters. I really appreciate your letters. My mailing address is Jose de Castro, inmate number 1669561, P.O. Box 43059, Clark County Detention Center, Las Vegas, Nevada 89116. That is the mailing address here. So please keep sending me letters. I really appreciate the letters. I've gotten so many letters. The other day, someone wrote me a letter, and I caught myself damn near crying as I read this letter. And I really appreciate you sharing your stories with me, what you've been through and how you've been cheated by the cops, and the reason why you follow the channel, the reason why you agree with me, and the reason why you feel for me now that I'm in this dungeon. I really appreciate those letters. Jose de Castro, inmate number 16695, P.O. Box 43059, Clark County Detention Center, Las Vegas, Nevada 89116. Keep the letters coming. I really appreciate it. I love it when I get 10 or 20 letters and I can sit there and just read what you write and escape my own horrific surroundings, because the stories you guys have told me about your lives and how you were put in jail and on top of the torture by you and hurt your wrist, it helps me understand that what I'm doing is correct and right, and that my truth is not just my truth, but it's yours as well. So keep, friend Alan. Dude, I love you, bro. I wrote you back. Thank you so much. You are my Quan, dude. You are. The letter I wrote you back, Alan, is freaking hilarious. I can't write back everybody because I get too many letters, but I can write back some of you, and I have. A few of you got letters from me. Thank you. I just did it. From human being to human being, you know, besides getting the eye care gift packages where I actually get stuff where I can eat, the letters I get is just, man, you don't even know what it does for me. So I just want to say thank you to my family, to my friends. I love you. I'm staying strong. 60 days from now, my appeal brief will be heard. And at that point, I'm hoping on July 10th that I'll be released from this dungeon. So pray for me. Keep me in your thoughts. You're in my thoughts. I appreciate you so much. I gotta go. I'll see you guys on the next one. Later, Gators.
Activist fund. We got another GoFundMe, new one. 20,000 out of 25. Lawyer fund. All dollars go to lawyers. Isn't that special? Isn't that great? Grifting off of money from the public so you can give it to more British bar attorney legal scum to squander it and waste so they can go buy a new car, not defending you. Fucking clown. Your thoughts? Community, non-community of observers, watchers, commentators, experiencers. Your thoughts, audience, chatters? Chili got done dirty, but you can't sign up to be a matador, then play victim when the Bulls win. Well, yeah. You also can't, like, go out there with a red t-shirt on and just stand still and get gored. You got to somehow do the dance. You got to somehow, like, co-create an experience. He didn't do any of that. He hired an attorney who was a terrible performer and presenter for 40,000, he claims. 40,000 for a couple appearances, 5 to 10 minutes of speaking, no energy, no facts, no presentment, no argument, no performance. Abominable. And you're going to continue it. And the dumb fucking citizen slaves are going to keep putting their hard-earned slave money, whatever that's left after taxes, to this clown for him to hire more corporately taken over foreign corporate British attorney bar scum to overthrow the law of this land while he claims to be a constitutional law scholar. You can't make this shit up. Can't make it up. Any thoughts, Brian O'Shea, on the complete embarrassment and insanity?
Whoa. Yeah, it's fucking wild, dude.
All right, man. Mute up. We're going to Truth or Cop. He's got Christmas songs in the background now. I'm going into June.
Yeah, man. All these, I picked up work with a new unit, the Pussy Patrol. Targeted slave unit. There's too many people bitching out here on these YouTube streets. We can't have it.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't affect me, Truth or Cop, but it's good to hear that you're enthusiastic on the ground, doing what needs to be done. I mean, again, I'm just here to observe and report. It's of little to no consequence to me other than the long game of where this goes, which is we're already there. You know the rap, right? It's buzzwords at this point. Slavery, genocide, yada, 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 fascism, the merger of state and corporate powers. So when you keep hiring corporate scum to defend you and represent you, I don't see you as a countryman, nor should I, especially when you call yourself a law scholar. You're not even a legal scholar, let alone a law scholar. You're definitely a corporate male. Just like Alex Jones, quite frankly, who ran his fucking mouth for years with bullhorns and the rest of it, talking a bunch of big shit, how he's got AKs in the room and we're all going to go to war. We're all going to go to war. Did you see his bitch ass at court over something he said? Civil court, not even about fucking criminal charges. Civil court, hiring attorneys, sweating and shaking, not able to speak for themselves. You guys are fucking clowns. You're an embarrassment. These are people who at one point I would have had some modicum of respect for. Doesn't mean the information at times you're presenting is not valid. Who you are as a person, as a character, as an actual being is not what you present and show to everyone until it's convenient for you to play the victim. Punk ass cowards who are incompetent and incapable. Beyond embarrassing. You want to talk rights, freedom, principles, law, and hire attorneys to speak for you and cry and shake and sweat at court. You fucking disgust me. And then you got the nerve to take hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars from this audience, many of them being broken and twisted, hopeless, heartbroken, confused, soulless, wanting a way out. And you're so fucking pathetic and predatory that you fucking prey on that and feed on them. Instead of being guilty and embarrassed that you don't have answers for them and coming out and saying it just like that, that you don't even have answers for you as individuals, but you claim to have answers for the audience just because you want to suck them dry and grift off of them. You guys got no fucking shame and you got no scruples. That's why I can barely even look at these people beyond a certain point. If I do look at them, I have to embody a sense of humor and just see them as political clowns, right? I have to see it all as a circus and each one of these people as a fucking clown in the circus to avoid being disgusted by them. The fact that they don't know enough to be guilty and ashamed is astounding. Just a testament to how little we've had in the way of masculinity and actual fathers raising men in this fucked up culture and society that's all about money and false power. They don't give a fuck about their own heart, their own mind, or their own word as a man and the word of God. That's their fucking problem. And Alex Jones and the rest of you slaves got some business invoking God and then letting other men speak for you. You don't know what it's like to be godly. You don't know what it's like to have an actual relationship with that creational force. that leads, guides, protects, and reveals. If you did, you wouldn't for 3 seconds entertain and letting somebody else speak for you. You'd be scared enough to speak for it, let alone let another motherfucker speak for you and it. Give me a break. You guys are see-through. Once you touch this space of where I'm at and you live this life this way, you start to see everybody for who and what they are. Just like that movie They Live, where you put the glasses on, you start to see everybody's a fucking demon. Everybody's a lying, cheating, duplicitous scum. Everybody's a worldly ways, money-hungry corporate slave. They just can't check that fucking impulse and that nature for more, while they do less, tell more lies, show up less for themselves and others in the truth. Yeah, I know that they hear me and feel me. It don't have to be on a high level scale. Word gets around. These motherfuckers, I've been shocked and appalled at times. Not appalled, I've been excited. All right, the appalled was for effect. I've been shocked and excited at how many folks have come to me in public and in private, letting me know that words got around about the white gorilla creature and what he's talking about, and how he's bringing a truth forward that nobody can run from or remix or deny. Yeah. So don't kid yourself, folks, when you see this skewed. By the way, I'll bring up the analytics showing them stealing another 500 to 1,000 views. I can't even trust that. We don't know, because I got Timmy with screenshots saying I got 900 to 1,000 on the live counter. It's all frauded. It's all skewed. All right? I already got the validation and the verification when famous rich people from different strata showed up publicly and privately to have conversations with me. And we ain't done yet. Right? So this is going somewhere. This is leading somewhere. I will be in the room and in the conversation. And more importantly, what comes with me is this truth that you can't fucking run from or escape the judgment of. Because we're all one self. So the old ways are over, right? I don't give a fuck about anyone else and their integrity. I only care about mine at this point. So I'm going where I'm meant to go, and I'm going to tell it, and then I'm going to give everyone else an opportunity as a representative of God to rise to the occasion and put themselves on fucking record once and for all. If not, you know where this goes. Go ahead, Mr. Truther Cop, give me what you got, and then we're going to move forward. We're chugging along.
Like, you know, freaking Philly wants these sob stories. I mean, maybe we ought to give him some. I don't know.
Yeah, write him some fucking sob stories, because he thinks that I don't know myself and different aspects of me. You want to call me an egotistical narcissist? I can do self-analysis. We might all have an aspect of that in us or a part of our personality. So the difference is I own position. I'll tell folks, don't fucking write me in jail with your fucking sob stories, because I'm not there for that at that point. You want to write me and tell me, keep your fucking head up. We're waiting on you. We'll be here when you get out and all the rest of that. Okay, fine. But you want to be really like honest with ourselves and each other about it. As a man, if I can't go to jail and make it off of who and what I am and that connection to the Most High, if I need you motherfuckers at home who've already contributed and supported enough, taking your time, energy, and attention out to write me fucking letters so I don't off myself or go out of my mind or act like a punk ass bitch, I'm probably not the one you need to be investing in anyway. That's the reality of it, right? Like, invest back in yourself first and foremost. And if you're going to invest in another motherfucker, any kind of time, energy, attention, they really should be about it. And they really should be competent and capable. And you really should be able to trust them and have faith that they're going to be able to get through anything and everything with some kind of fucking wherewithal, right? So I don't need to pretend that you folks at home are like my best friends ever, and I'm really interested in what you're doing and feeling. I just presume we're all one self. I don't need that. And I'm not going to tell you I need that so you feel some false emotional connection with me so I can get more from you. I'd rather you think I'm the biggest asshole piece of shit on and on and on when it comes to the shit that I talk, and then also have to reconcile that I do what's true and what's right at times, and that what I'm speaking is true for you. I'm not going I purposely set myself up to be hated, if anything, based in truth. I'm not going to do the false truth, false love to be loved or liked so I can get something from people. There's no honor and integrity in that, right? It's just, that's just what appears to me needs to be done. And guess what? Most people I meet are not like that. They're on the other side of things. They will just tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear. They'll make some shit up. They'll project one feeling as another and not tell that to you, so they can continue to get something from and with you. I'd rather you leave. I'd rather you find something else. I'd rather us not bullshit ourselves and each other and do false love that leads to false hate. False love that leads to true hate, rather. You know? So, yeah, I don't see any benefit in that. I don't even see benefit for the individual. Because at some point, you got to account for that. The people who you all tried to convince them, you really loved them and cared about them and wanted to hear their rambling stories, and it inspired you. Bullshit. It gives you power knowing other people are putting their time, energy, and attention on you. And quite frankly, it does that for anybody who's in this public sphere, but there's a fine line there, right? If people are feeding you with their energy and you're doing this with it, you could argue just to beginning, you really don't want that karma of people putting their time, energy, attention and feeding you and your personality and what you're doing. There's a really fine line there in it being support and inspiration and morale and motivation versus you just being a narcissistic freak and want to use everybody else's creational energy to prop yourself up and feel alive, right? You really don't want that, you know? But again, easier said than I guess made aware of or done. And good luck trying to tell these egotistical, worldly, actually narcissistic people that they're setting themselves up for failure by lying indirectly and using others for what they can't create in-house on their own and with God. Because that's what I really have come to the conclusion about observing myself, having some of these dynamics, and what this true faith, true religion, if you want to use the word religion, spiritualism is about, is it's all in-house. The circle is you and God, that force, your conscience. You really can't have any sources of true value and power and energy outside of that. If you do, it's going to take away from that, and you're going to be codependent and wind up undoing yourself. So this is why I say infidel, because most of these folks lack faith. They really don't believe in a God or something outside themselves, a creator of this universe. They just think they're monkeys who've evolved in genes and have said some clever things along the way and done some things. And if they just play it right, they're going to get more out of this experience. I don't see it that way. You know?
Well, the system
ahead,
like
Truth,
incentivizes everyone to be like a victim. I mean, that's, the leftists in the college campus, we all know that. That's very obvious. But, the right wing does it too with all this police stuff. And, in so many ways, the Trump and the elections and all this, oh, we're so oppressed. Everybody's incentivized to be disempowered because it makes them easier to control, obviously. I mean,
right. If it wasn't for the Democrats and Joey Biden and their horrible policies, the Republicans wouldn't be, getting poorer, having to pay so much tax, run by policy and code. They'd have their rights back. Yeah, everybody's a victim based on what the other side that they're collectively supporting, whether they know it or not, is supposedly doing. Right. So like Chili's playing the victim right now when him and everyone else I know, barring a handful of people, is on record right now as owing allegiance to United States Corporation, which is working with the state of Israel right now to do expansionism and New World Order, along with many other organizations. You're on record as a corporate entity owing allegiance to that head corporate body. So you understand, if you can conceive of a God force that somehow uses a computer program like AI to judge everyone and then bring in, based on percentages, what everybody's going to need to experience to learn more, right? This is how this seems to be working. I can't prove it. Majority of what I'm talking about here, I'm forced to take connections in the world that I can prove or substantiate and connect it to something higher and beyond that can never be proven. But it comes down through the dimensions and can be shown at times, right? Peeks through the veil. So, yeah, that we're living in a supercomputer. And it's somehow AI judging all of us simultaneously and then bringing forth a response or an outcome based on cause and effect. And a lot of it is metaphysical, it seems.
Yeah, I always see that like travel through the information. It's always very personal, though. Like you'll see connections, like, numerology is the easiest way to put it, repeating numbers all day long or whatever. But it also
is this person,
like,
I just have to check real quick. I was going to call you your name, but I don't know if you go by that on here. So I'll just call you Truth Account. Is this directed toward me, clothed in spiritual nonsense? the piles of shit? Is that like, are you attempting to indirectly, passive aggressively insult me and what I'm speaking about?
At least it's
That was
cute.
for, do you know what that is? Daisy. Okay, I get it. He's talking in coded symbols. It can get confusing here. So that makes more sense. Go ahead. Truth or cop, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying, like, how that the algorithms, man. You see the sun's black. I don't know, man. There's so much to it, but it's not something you can really see. It's not explained. It's not defined by others for the most part. So we're all like trying to work how to describe it. And it's just like how the information travels through people. And what I'm seeing is like they always want to predict the future with this AI. So AI is incentivized to predict the future. And if you look and you watch these internet panels and YouTube and all this, and you watch your real life, all of a sudden you'll see other people having the same experiences, like the information at the same exact time. Like maybe you'll say a word and somebody on panel will say a word, and you're just watching a show or something, right? These connections go like they're happening more and more as the energy aligns, the frequency, because AI wants to predict the future. And we have an innate ability and intuition to see the future a little bit too. And the more we guide our vision, the more we can like direct that. But the AI is like, this is like that singularity loop that they talk about. And as we get driven into that program, I don't know what's going to happen, man. It seems like a lot of slavery and genocide, unfortunately, for some people. And for others, I don't know, man. I think we get to make our own way. I don't know if people get lost back. Like if they get lost.
Well, think about it, truth or cop. Once you convince a populace over hundreds or thousands of years that God never existed and doesn't exist, and that we're just evolving and adapting on a rock floating in space. Well, once you convince them of that and you got them at that point, well, then the next logical step is to create a God for them, right? To completely overwrite that initial natural intelligence. So AI is, as I've seen it, an overwrite of NI. And they've used various psychological and biological campaigns to disconnect us from what we call God or the creational force. And by virtue of disconnecting us from that experience, it leaves us believing that that experience doesn't exist. It's not available. Once you get the person to nihilism and atheism, you can now overwrite the natural intelligence with AI and give them a God. And it's working perfectly. All the inauthentic corporate dweeby beta males online are just hard up and boned up for AI. They can't wait to merge with them machines. Because in their mind, they're going to become the superior thing they never could have become before. Well, the way you become superior in this realm is becoming godlike. The only way you become godlike is by connecting with the true God and having a relationship with it and emulating it, right? So once you take a creature and you've separated it from the superior intelligence that it can no longer emulate, it becomes fallen, becomes disempowered, uninspired, soul broken. Now we're going to bring in the machines to merge with so we can create the Uber mention right out of Pride and Ego, of course. It's never going to take place. They're going to destroy themselves and each other and subject the rest of the folks to some plague like they always do. It's been going on from the beginning of fucking time. Let's be honest about it. Let's be real about what the history and the facts show. I know it's maddening.
I kind of see like in the Bible where it talks about how we were born under the law of man, and at the right time we come under the law of the Father, the Most High in heaven. And the AI, but that means we have to be accountable, self-accountable, and realize that the Most High dwells in us, and that we have to be on that behavior. And then we come under that law, right? And we get to speak with authority on certain things. But the AI creates that, it's that perspective where you don't have to take responsibility and accountability for your information and what you're looking up. You can blame it on certain things, but the AI is just really one of many things on that. One of many excuses people use to not take personal, accountability. Some people vote or whatever.
Right, just like the corporate system. AI is exactly a mechanism in order to limit liability, to not have to access co-creational abilities and talents, right? And the artistic aspect of self. It's a complete overlay and overthrow and throwing in with the artificial, because the natural is no longer fulfilling for these folks. They're no longer fulfilled by their nature and nature in general and what God has given them. They believe it's not enough, because they haven't used their true intelligence. This is like a systemic thing, man. It only took, like Stalin said, you give me 20 years, I'll indoctrinate a whole fucking nation and a whole generation to be dumbed down slaves and love their servitude. We've been at it for at least, you could argue, a couple hundred years with the corporatism and the mechanization and the materialism and the lack of true intelligence and common sensibility.
At least, man. But the system keeps evolving and becoming more and more like what it really represents, like metaphysically is already. And that's why I see this freaking technology, dude.
It's showing itself more and more. It's coming out of the shadows and revealing its shape-shifting true nature, right?
Right. It's becoming more and more what it truly is. I mean, in a weird way. Maybe it's emerging from the dark matter. Right? It's emerging from the dark matter that we can't see, but it slowly comes in and creeps in and reveals itself like it is. What in the world? Right.
And then when it manifests itself in the real world, it's the same thing every time. The same thing we saw from the movies growing up. It's a bunch of demons and fucking abominations. What do you think? We think it's a coincidence that the majority of these specifically leftists, I'm not picking on one or the other because both sides are retarded, but it's ultra emblematic on the leftist side, right? You look at these people and they're literally embodiment, many of them, with the colors and the piercings and the broken look in their eyes. They're demonic.
It's
where do we start to draw the line between physical parasites and metaphysical parasites? Everything you look at in the physical world with a microscope has shit crawling all over it. Well, who's to say we don't have metaphysical entities crawling all over what we see as the space between us? Who's to say folks are not inhabited by those on some level, based on their lifestyle, who they're around, how they live, what they consume informationally or biologically? I think that there's some smoke to this fire, or fire to this smoke, rather.
Right. Well, there's smoke before fire, huh? But that's what they say. But I think we're just now getting to see the smoke. I don't know, because I think the fire's been inside of us the whole time, and that we could see that. But now we have the smoke outside, and it's like, oh, okay. It's kind of the reverse of the saying in that regard. Because I don't know, man. We're getting smoke signals from the other side, man. At this point, is what I see. Wake up, sheeple. And stop. Don't let me catch anyone out here slacking. I don't want anybody to get locked up by Pussy Patrol. It's pretty embarrassing what happens. The tactics that we use are optimized for peak embarrassment of the individual, which some individuals are into. We have a different department to deal with those people.
Yeah, it seems that there's a singularity taking place as the scripture kind of prophesizes of a revelation of what's always been here and almost a concrescence point. In the sense of there's like a lower self, higher self, and then kind of the neutral. And it's like you're saying, it almost seems as if God, the creational force, is more and more each day showing up in people's lives who never would have expected it as an experience. And so is what we call the devil, right? So kind of two sides of the same coin. I guess collective unconsciousness, light and dark, is now merging, the unconscious component with the conscious component. It's like an inflection point in history, it seems. A singularity point.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's not like the demons are necessarily getting worse. They're just being seen for what they were the whole time. Now they're not hiding in the shadows so much. They're just like, this is very much in your face what it is. It's like...
they're like, we're here now. There's no denying it. And we're running shit. And laughing and giggling.
Oh, yeah. It's wild.
Oh, scripture says it, man. It's hard to conceive of, folks. We think we're so smart and scientifically advanced. And we presume that folks who wrote these scriptures, these prophecies, were so just, Neanderthal in their conceptualization or in their conscious and awareness. I don't necessarily contend that's the case. They may have more information or understanding than we do, because they may have had more of a stronger connection to what we call the creational force. Our environment is so fucking polluted and corrupted at this point, just off technology and industry alone. There's no reason to believe that we aren't more disconnected to the ionosphere and to whatever's beyond that, like to the universe. than we were in the past. I have more reason to believe we were more connected in the past before they perfected how to interfere with that transmission and that signal. Potentially, right? A lot of what I'm saying here is beliefs. I can't really prove it, and I'm not necessarily saying that I believe it all the way. A lot of it is kind of supposition, holding an idea and supposing it but not accepting it or completely denying it, just kind of looking for where there are connections. So yeah, it's like whatever that we call Christian scripture and other scriptures seems to just be the account of beings who were so connected to what we call the creational force that they were able to see what this all is and where it's going. Right. Well, that experience can be had today as well. Some might say, and some might also say that what we perceive as time is an illusion. It's not what we think it is. This is somehow all one moment and also not. We're mind fucking now. We're doing paradox. Brian O'Shea, you're back. What do you got before we move on here? We got to get some breaking slave news. We got Judge Simpson's courtroom. We got Mayor Tiffany Henyard destroyed by residents and trustees at chaotic meeting. The city council meetings, right? There's more of those popping up. What do you want to do, O'Shea?
What do you think's going on with Rob Cleveland?
I mean, what's going on with him? He hasn't been around here, but he tagged me on a slave book last night, the other day. So he's still around, Nothing really to report. He may just not be up at this time, or he may be kind of over the broadcast and where it's gone lately. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a combination of him of boning a chubby white chick and kind of over my black annex, black paneling. But
yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I was thinking about him the other day. It's been a few months since I've seen him.
Yeah, he's around. He's doing his thing. We won't presume something negative without any confirmation. All right, let's get to this. The mayor apparently destroyed by residents and trustees at chaotic meeting. I like these. Right? It's kind of like another soap opera saga. People show up, we kind of form a line, we file in, we give grievance, nothing ever comes of it. But we kind of get this like entertainment out of it. Like, hey, we're disenchanted. Hey, government's bad, or it's not doing what it's supposed to. No, it is doing what it's supposed to. Government has always and will always interfere with the rights and personal choice of the individual and the collective people. That's the purpose of it. It's political science. Divide and conquer, right? So government's working perfectly at this point. You guys don't know it, a lot of you. I know it, so I'm not mad about it. It's exactly what it needs to be based on cause and effect. If you want to change the outcome, you got to change the cause. That means a change in the individual. Man, that's a task, right? Imagine having to one by one change each individual through fellowship into somebody who can think and feel for themselves and be competent and capable and sense-able and free, quite frankly, and truly caring. That's a hell of a task, especially in the modern day world. So it probably always has been. Let's get to that, because folks are upset. Citizen slaves are upset. Their representatives are just not giving them enough when the whole point of government is to take from them. You guys got to smarten up.
Discussion. I asked you, did we get $6.8 million? You won't answer that. I'm telling you, you can't tell me nothing.
I guess my little review so far of what we've seen, it was Tiffany Henyard being completely cooked, getting just wiped down, washed out.
Degrees and other things. I mean, it is insane. Please retire that phrase. It's egregious at this point. Let me educate y'all. I don't understand it. And then, you're always saying, fake news, they hating on me. Fake news. We're like, why would anyone just want to hate on the mayor? You have to give them a reason to want to hate you. And you've given everyone several. You're not accountable. You don't respect people that have a different opinion or opinion that goes against yours. You're not qualified at this point. You're not qualified for that seat for various reasons. We're not even going to talk about the grammar. That's embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. Keith Freeman, let me not forget about you and that deer in headlight look you had on the news. And I hope you get everything that's coming to you. Chief Lacey, you're bogus. I saw the whole live with Jedediah. You literally concocted a story, and you went and you made a report based on your imagination, basically, because what you said did not happen. He was live, and people were watching live. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I can't understand why you would just so blatantly, knowing your position, knowing the oath that you're sworn to, disrespect a citizen for no reason, really. I mean, other than a personal reason. You didn't have a legal reason. It's just a matter of time. Time is ticking. People are waiting, and people are going to celebrate. And I'm going to be right there.
Then later on, no plants. I'll give it to her. No plants came into the meeting and set up and embarrassed themselves. So I give her for not putting any plants in. I think she realized at this point it doesn't work. Clearly, Keith Freeman was forced to sit next to her. They're trying to show that they still have it together. So they had Keith Freeman sit next to Tiffany. Even though when you notice in the last couple of weeks, they've been very far apart. But they had to kind of show like they had some level of team, even though they don't. Next, we see Delgado still there. We'll see. I think he still represents her. She clearly can't pay him. He's leaving because the money's not there. So we'll see if he's still there the next meeting, but probably won't be. And it's funny, she called him the super lawyer, and Belcher completely challenged that and had her own view on who's going to super jail.
And that's the thing that I know that people don't like to give credit when credit's due. You have won every case, and you made sure the village has been victorious throughout it all, and I just love you for sticking with us. So thank you so much for that, because people don't want to give you your flowers and your credit when you do. And for those that don't know, he is called a super lawyer, just like your super mayor. How about that? He's going to super jail, just like the super mayor.
Then obviously hanging with her propaganda.
I wanted to get the council meeting without this commentator. I don't know why I pulled up I must have researched it and pulled up the one with him commenting. I just wanted the one speaker after the next. But whatever. Truth or cop, Mr. O'Shady, got anything? We're gonna get to some breaking slave news here. It's been piling up. Can we do like monthly news? Is that even a thing? Like if I just been stacking fucking news for like the last month, like if we don't tell anyone, like we just go, we don't say breaking news. We just go to the slave news segment. And then like, I just start covering whatever the slave news has been like all month long. Is that even like a thing? Is that acceptable?
It just might be too much information. Be all I could think. That's a lot these days.
There's too much news. How do you sift through all this news and then prioritize what news is good news, what news is bad news, what's top news, what's bottom news? I mean, Brian O'Shea is a bottom comedian, right? He was letting everyone know yesterday in the store that he's gay. I don't know why. Some gay man walked up to him. Some obviously effeminate gay man walked up to him and went, "You're gay?" And he goes, "Yeah, why are you?" And he goes, "No." He's like, "No." Oh my God. Sorry. Something about that interaction was hilarious to me. Like the guy, why would you run up to Brian O'Shea and go, "Are you gay?" And then when he goes, "Yeah, are you?" You go, "No." And then just walk off. The guy had the shortest shorts on.
He was like, "Wow, this guy's getting away with it. I am too."
Right, he's testing for a future event. Wait a second. You're running around the store saying you're gay and nothing's happening to you? Yeah, I might have to try that. Oh my God. He was just checking. He's doing a survey. Did you just say you're gay? Like I thought for sure. Like it was one of those events where like you think the guy's gonna zig and then he zags. Right? I thought for sure he was gonna like offer Brian O'Shea a blowjob or something, like Jack Talcott. And then he just goes, "No," and then walks off. I go, "Whoa, that took a turn." Would seem to be the effeminate, openly gay man insulted you and left after finding out that you were in fact gay. Okay, whatever.
I'm telling you, man, he after that, dude, he was like, "Dude, I totally am getting away with it. Nobody has any clue. If this guy's getting away with it, so am I, dude."
Entitled man-child, to segue. This has nothing to do with you, Brian O'Shea, necessarily. Entitled man-child won't leave parents' home. Judge Simpson. Do we want that? This is where I'm supposed to like take a vote. Demosocracy with the audience. You guys want that? Judge Simpson, black court, black judge. man-child, won't leave the house. Maybe there's something that we can find in there to comment on or to break down. Courting procedures.
So what? This guy who won't leave his house is like on the Zoom call in court.
Yeah, we'll go to it for a couple minutes. If I get bored or you guys get bored, we'll move on. Like I said, I keep saying I'm going to get to slave news, and I don't get to it, and then it just stacks up, and then I got to try to shuffle it around back there. I got to try to keep it fresh. It's a lot.
I've been at the house after graduation to try to rebuild my life in a different direction. I've dealt with torment on a daily basis.
I'm a struggling
threats of
comedian.
eviction without process, attempts to skirt the law in order to throw me out, including him assaulting me. Now, I understand there isn't much legal precedent for my side of these types of cases, but I can't see how I can get away with this. I'm trying to rebuild my life, staying at the house while I do so.
Copy. And I'll also just point out to the court and Mr. Grodin, I don't care whether he makes a statement, but there is no triable issue. He was given a notice to quit. The time period has passed. He has no lease. He has no right to possession. And actually the notice to quit was just done as a precaution. So there's no triable issue. The alternative would be 10 days.
I'm leaving it to you. What do you want me to do?
Can I ask a follow-up? Is there any case on a basis of torts law, damage done to me by the parent-child dynamic?
In a recent case from Judge Simpson's landlord-tenant docket, a complex family situation unfolds. A grown man who has graduated...
All right, let's go.
Who can influence others to various degrees, especially within a parent-child dynamic.
This guy wants to be paid by his parents because they kicked him out of the house
He
at
started to struggle
25.
with serious depression, in and out of inpatient for most of my high school years. Once my mom was depressed, my dad took over. My dad is extremely dominant person. It could be quite aggressive. He set a dynamic up of intimidation and dominance, emotional violence, and extreme emotional abuse and control. I do believe that this sort of behavior precipitated my mother's serious depressive episode. I immediately started struggling with anxiety and depression and underperformed in school. Prior to that, I was an exceptional student. I believed he abused his position of power over me and took advantage of my vulnerability during that period and exerted a damaging degree of control over me that was emotionally abusive. I had a serious relationship during college that helped me realize the negative influence that this had in my life path. I've been at the house after graduation to try to rebuild my life in a different direction. I've dealt with torment on a daily basis, threats of eviction without process, attempts to skirt the law in order to throw me out, including him assaulting me. Now, I understand there isn't much legal precedent for my side of these types of cases, but I can't see how I can get away with this. I'm trying to rebuild my life, staying at the house while I do so. I sought legal counsel, but I largely don't have a legal basis to fight this eviction. The two lawyers I found willing to represent me, I can't afford. I've asked my parents to consider mediation. They dug in and accused my framework of being evidence of mental illness with no diagnosis. Obviously, it's difficult to ask people in power to recognize their faults. I've sought out different legal representation, but especially given the holidays, it's been slow to find an attorney. To be clear, I don't have a diagnosis besides a degree of anxiety, mostly from the situation. I've also proposed paying rent, which they've rejected. This is really nothing more than a power play consistent with our dynamic. My parents have agreed to a conditional dismissal if I leave by the end of January, but given the perspective outlined above, I really don't believe this is fair. I hope you may consider granting me an adjournment so I can continue to try to build a case and seek mediation and come to an agreement with my parents.
Let me just stop you there.
Yeah.
Do you not want me to enter this conditional order of dismissal? I mean, you signed it, correct?
I did, Your Honor. I understand the ramification of an eviction on my record, and it wasn't clear to me if I could be able to make a case today.
Say that again?
I wasn't sure if I'd be able to make a case today, and I understand the ramifications of eviction on my record.
Hold it. Yeah, man. You signed this today.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, he both signed it here today and he emailed a signed copy to our office before I showed up with that hard copy. And I'll also just point out to the court and Mr. Grodin, I don't care whether he makes a statement, but there is no triable issue. He was given a notice to quit. The time period has passed. He has no lease. He has no right to possession. And actually the notice to quit was just done as a precaution. So there's no triable issue. The alternative would be 10 days.
What do you want me to do?
The judge is just now realizing how fallen society is. He's just like, whoa.
But this is the point: is there's many moments in the courting process where the administrator will turn over the authority or the jurisdiction back to the sovereign in the room. They did it with me at Colorado State Court. Some point they just went, well, what do you want to do? I go, what do I want to do? I want to leave and not come back. It was from a defensive position, right? I think this guy's a claimant at this point. He's a complainant. But even from a defensive, quote unquote, position, they at some point go, well, what is it that you want done here today? Because there's no one else in the argument right now, apparently. And there's really no other facts on the record. I mean, part of it is, too, there's a human element here. And at some point, the administrator just wants to know, kind of as a man, what do you think should be done? Like, what do you intend to do, or what do you think is equitable and fair that should be done? Just to kind of get a read on you and how honorable and good faith you are. I suspect that at some point he's going to reposition. Let's see where this goes.
I'd like a judgment to try to, I don't know if it's possible, I'd like to try to seek mediation.
Okay, but you don't have a lease at the premises, correct?
Just a month-by-month tenancy lease.
Okay. You're given notice to move.
Yes.
What would then happen is that's the alternatives. There are a few alternatives here. One, there could be a judgment entered. One, I could set it for trial if there's something for me to try, even. Or the alternative is a conditional order dismissal. All right. If you want to hold a trial on it, then I have to make an assessment as to whether or not there's even anything that I could try, anything that I would have to make a finding on. Okay. So everything that you just said to me about your relationship with your parents and all of that, let's assume we went to trial and I found all of that to be true. And again, just assuming that to be the case, because I don't know. But if I listen to all the testimony and I make a finding that everything you're saying is true, I still would grant them a judgment on this issue of possession because it doesn't relate to your tenancy. It may relate to your family dynamic. I don't have any doubt about that, but it doesn't relate to the tenancy here. Now, just so that you fully understand, if I make that determination, because right now I see nothing that I could try, nothing that you could call witnesses on that's going to make a bit of difference as to the possession issue. So right now, as we are sitting here today, what you have is I would make the finding in accordance with law that there's no tribal issue. I'd issue a judgment. If I issued that judgment, number one, you'd have a judgment on your record. Number two, it would be 10 days. But because of the holiday, you get to the 16th. The conditional order dismissal, which it seems to me that you had notice of, send it back to them. It comes in here, you sign it again, gives you to the 31st.
Understood.
So you need, if you don't want me to sign this conditional order of dismissal, I won't sign it. But you need to tell me what you want me to do. I can make a finding right now on this case. Or I can sign this conditional order of dismissal if that's what you want me to do. I'm leaving it to you. What do you want me to do?
Can I ask a follow-up? Is there any case on a basis of torts law, damage done to me by the parent-child dynamic?
Say that last part.
Would there be any basis for a case through torts or personal injury case as it relates to this eviction? Eviction being damages for
what personal injury?
I mean, obviously, the missed opportunity certainly as a result of the dynamic, the mental health issues mostly in high school as a result of the dynamic.
Okay, young man, look. If you're looking to use this case either to receive some type of compensation or something regarding how you perceive your parents may have treated you, or to somehow believe that this court has some power to rectify all of that in some way, that can't happen here.
We'll go with the conditional dismissal. That's okay.
Pardon?
I'll accept the conditional dismissal.
You understand that the terms of the conditional dismissal are that you would vacate the premises by January 31st.
Yes.
And that you would not, if you haven't vacated the premises by that date, that they could seek an order without notice. They could seek the entry of a judgment and an order of eviction to have you removed from the premises.
Yes.
You understand that? All right. And you also understand your rights to 3-day rescission that was explained to you and is contained in here. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions whatsoever regarding anything contained in this conditional order of dismissal?
No.
This file is conditionally dismissed. You can stop out at the front counter and pick up a copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much there. The majority of that, which I argue good court, whatever that means, is really not much more than common sense, which, as we know, cliche is uncommon. So, yeah, pretty simple. You're, past the age of good reason and majority. You're not disabled. You're able to create a life and a dwelling for yourself. Nobody owes you a living or a domicile just because they're your parents. And you claiming that they hurt your feelers, didn't do the best job ever, isn't a validation to be able to continue to possess property that you don't have a right to possess, especially if you're not wanted there by whoever has created that property or paid for it. So pretty, I'd say, common sense. Yeah, you got to grow up at some point and create a living and a life for yourself and a home. And if they're so bad to you, right, if you can't have it both ways either. If your parents are so terrible and they're so bad to you, why are you seeking to continue to remain under their roof unless you can't create your own living? So, yeah, pretty straight to the point, common sense. That's kind of why I like that guy. If I have to choose a quote unquote judge / administrator, because I don't consider him a judge, I guess they're making judgments or discernments on what's basically common sense. I'd say he's one of the better options. He's kind of old school. He kind of just talks directly at the problem and solution, seemingly tries to seek an equitable resolution. It makes sense. Thoughts, Bryan O'Shea, and Truth or Cop before we move forward?
Sorry. Bryan, if you have something, please. I just want to say, when I first saw that video, I had the question immediately why the courtroom proceeding was even on Zoom to begin with, because everyone except for one attorney who popped in at the moment was present in the room. So I don't, that whole thing was confusing me. Clearly, they're trying to get this judge. It's probably some publicity stunt for this judge or something to get into the Supreme Court or something at some point, like a Justin Clarence Thomas replacement or something. Is probably what he's aiming for. If I had to, make a guess, but it was interesting that was even had in his Zoom conference to begin with. Bryan, what's up, dude? What are you doing?
Truth or Cop, I want you one of these days to do an analysis of my channel for all the haters who say that I buy subscribers and that I'm not shadow banned, because I'm up 400 subscribers in the last 2 days, and I'm lower on my live counter than I've been. The more that I post and the more subscribers I get, the lower my numbers go. It's just beyond fascinating.
Oh, well, I get it all
So,
the time.
yeah.
I don't use my main channel with 5,000 subscribers or whatever. I go live, I get nobody in there. Like, it's just
that's because you're insanely boring. I'm not.
No, but I go live on this channel, I get it. It's a different result. Fuck you. Fuck you.
All right. You thought you were gonna bond with me there, huh? Not so fast. Yeah, we got algorithmic games.
Bryan, did you get out of Walmart?
No, I'm still in Walmart, sitting in a mobile cart. There's less music in the background.
All right, how about this? Fuck the audience. Fuck YouTube and the algorithm. Fuck everyone. I'm almost done here. I'm almost at my 3-hour mark. I'm gonna throw Snafu Snaps content right on you. Because whatever. See, they won indirectly. They fuck with my numbers. They get me doubting myself. I can't get any organic truth or cop, please. I can't get any organic growth here. I can't get any credit for what I do and the work I put in. So they just kind of, sap me of my motivation, inspiration. So then I just wind up gambling and saying, fuck it. Right? Can't get the growth, can't get the momentum, can't even have my people and the numbers who want to be here. They don't give notifications. I'm shadow fucking man. Then I just start abusing myself in the audience. I go right back to old ways. I go, get out the black tar heroin. We're watching Snafu Snaps Cruyo videos. Because who the fuck cares? It's going to be the same people who've been here for like 2 years at this point. They're not leaving. I mean, at some point they'll get sick of me. It's just kind of the nature of things, right? Like every story has to have an ending. Like every celebrity or every presenter, every person you've ever watched, like at some point they have to stop the show, retire, like overdose. There has to be an ending. You can't just keep going and going and going and expecting things to go well. At some point, people get sick of you. They say, when is this guy going to fail? When's something bad going to happen to him? When is he going to leave and not come back?
At what point do you think that you're going to fake your own death?
Well, that's the thing. Like you got to be in charge of your own demise. That's what the Masons understand, that I'm having to learn. Like at some point, I got to go, oh my God, something's come up. I think I'm going to bow out. I might go into retirement. I go take a month or two off, kind of get back to self and maybe do some things. And then I like come out of retirement, right? You just can't do hundreds of days straight live streaming and seemingly winning or just showing up for yourself and others and really putting the time, energy, attention in and being insanely entertaining. That's like, it's just everyone's nerves. Because they're like, they start to go, Paulie's not human.
Like, man, most people don't know what that's like. Brian O'Shea's not one of them.
Like first it starts off, they love you. They're like, he's here every day. Look at him go. He's fucking inspiring. You get a couple years in, they're like, this fucking asshole again? He still hasn't had a heart attack. He's still eating pizza and pasta and showing up every day. Fuck him. We're just regular people out here. You got to have a day off. Something bad's got to happen.
And God forbid you change, switch things up, because then you're going to get called a, hypocrite and all this.
Right. I might have to take a month or two off. I think I'm going to retire. Yeah, I think I'm going to retire. It's, it's a rigged game. I'm not able to see and feel my growth. I'm not able to really connect with this audience. But it's been fun. It's been a great run. I think I'm officially announcing my retirement here today. So don't bother showing up anymore.
Boys. Lock him up.
this is where they find me with fentanyl sprinkled on me, suicided. Truth or Cop comes on tomorrow. Reports are at 6:00. Paul Unslaved was found obese and dead, which is a bad combo. There's reports of fentanyl and grease. He had some kind of a bean grease on his fingers and fentanyl. So that's
as
that.
you said black tar heroin, I was like licking fulvic acid. I'm about to make a product. I'm just subconsciously plugging it now. American made, by the way.
Oh, taking a month or some shit, I'm done. I don't know what that means. He's saying he's done if I retire. He's done. Well, you can't be done if I retire. That's like,
anyways.
Yeah, he's doing the whole "you can't fire me, I quit." That's not how that works. As soon as I say I'm going to retire, he goes, "I'm done. I'm leaving." You can't. I'm retiring. And when I come out of retirement, if I do, not when because I'm retiring. I don't know. It's been done before. If I come out of retirement, you'll be there. Be there begrudgingly, reluctantly. Seeing how much weight I put on. That's what a lot of my audience will show up for. A lot of my fans, they show up just to see if I went back on heroin or if I put on any weight, or if I like have some incurable disease that I've contracted. That's my fan base. Okay. Oh, he's pulling a Tom Brady. What, inflating my own balls? I do that sometimes. I've learned from the best auditors, prosecutors, folks alike, online, offline. Sometimes I inflate my own balls to seem superior. Thoughts on that, Brian O'Shea? Anything? Brian O'Shea's really fucking lackluster today. Really low energy. Debbie, I'm going to ask you to like pencil in Timmy for tomorrow. Just kind of maybe tell O'Shea, take a day off. Right? Just let Mr. O'Shea knows, take a day off. Seems like he's been under a lot of pressure lately. Pencil in Timmy. 1:00. Thanks. All right, let's move forward. I'm going to torture you guys because this is entertaining for me. It's a bit of my sadomasochism popping up. It's something you get here. You don't get a lot of other places. So you should like be endeared to that. It's how I'm seeing it. There's a rarity, which is like, supply and demand. If it's rare, it's valuable. Same beast system optics and agendas in play. Snafu crew strike team. Go. It's big business.
Life is nothing but illusions. And those illusions are up to us to decipher and discern what is the truth, yo.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world stage is being set, the beast system is in play, and the optics are high. And that is the truth,
the truth, yo.
I'm Snafu Snaps, you guys are the Snafu crew, the glue, each and every one of you. And remember, the optics.
Each and every one of you.
Why do I find his mental and emotional illness so entertaining? Snafu crew. Snafu crew.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, witnessing the world stage being set, prophecy being fulfilled at the highest rate.
This is his masterpiece.
And we must always remember that the messaging, the optics, and the agendas have been in play for a very long time. They're just ramping up. And when they say eyes to see, ears to hear, many are starting to wake up. And this includes with our education system and things like that. And remember, those who stand for God, those who stand for truth, the truth, will be martyred, will be persecuted. Again, this is nothing new under the sun. And we're going to take a look at some of the optics that have been in play for a long time and that are in play right now. I'm Snafu Snaps, you're the Snafu crew. If you want to help me out, hit the PayPal, Snafu Snaps PayPal, or Snafu Snaps 007 Cash App. But most of all, keep being you, the crew, the glue, and keep standing up for what's right.
Good news, guys. you're going to jail. That's right. If you're a full-grown man with any semblance of freedom inside of your heart, you're going to spend a large period of your life in jail. We're now entering the point where if you resist the upcoming climate change lockdowns, whatever the fuck that means, you're going to go to jail. If you resist the new COVID pandemic, whatever they're going to call it, they're going to put you in jail. If you resist allowing your son to chop his fucking balls off because he got psyoped by some fucking teacher into changing genders, you're going to jail. If you tell the truth about any of this on social media, you're going to go to jail. If you're a man with any semblance of principle that you stand up for, any degree of traditionalism, any respect for your ancestors and respect for God, you're going to end up going to jail. The worst thing is, if you make a bunch of money and escape this system, if you manage to get rich and get out, the school system's turning all the fucking kids gay. I gotta get out of this country. I gotta move. Let me get a new passport. Let me get rich. Let me get out. 10 years later, they hit you with financial crimes because you got too rich and now they can't control you and you're going to jail. The chance of you going to jail is 100%. If you are watching this and you're not prepared to take the long dildo, you are going to fucking jail. We're all going to jail. Everyone's going to jail. Don't want to fight in their war?
You go to jail. You go to jail. We all go to jail.
Want to have a farm and grow your own crops?
We can party
putting in
there.
the
It'll be a hell of a
chemicals
party.
they decide you need to poison the populace? You're going to jail. Don't want to bake a cake for those two husbands? You're going to fucking jail. Don't worry, we're all going to jail. Everyone's going to fucking jail. The world's going to become one big communist jail. It's never going to end. Because what do governments want? Governments have only ever wanted one thing, which is more power. Have you ever seen a government take a law away? Because they pass new ones every fucking day. And we're getting closer and closer to communism as the days go on. And there's going to be a huge super jail, and we're going to live in it, and we're going to sit there. And you know what's funny? You know what's funny about the super jail? They're not going to let us eat for free. They're not going to put us in there for free, because if they did that, they wouldn't be able to afford it. So in this super jail, we'll have jobs, and the job will get currency, and that currency will be just enough for us to pay for a house and have food to eat. And we'll have to sit there as a slave doing something we don't want to do, and the money that we earn will be just enough for our meager survival. And then we'll sit there obeying, doing exactly as they say to us. Otherwise, our conditions get even worse. We're already in jail.
Our first question, 1 + 1. Yes.
I was about to ask if he's projecting his own desires there.
Yes.
Multiculturalism.
Well done, Simon. Next question, what is 3 × 3? Yes?
9.
Wrong. Yes, Penelope.
Gender equality.
Very good, Penelope.
Is this a joke?
Do you think gender equality is a joke?
No, but isn't this a maths class?
Don't be so racist.
I just asked a question.
We don't ask questions. Questions are offensive.
Yeah, let me see this. They've just written equality and drawn love hearts on a piece of paper.
He expressed himself and it's beautiful.
He didn't even spell equality correctly.
We don't discriminate.
This has nothing to do with mathematics.
You think you're so great with your maths and your science and your facts. What about feelings, huh?
Yeah. Feelings are more important than facts.
This is wrong. You're all crazy.
Stop violating me with your different opinions.
I have the right to speak my mind.
No, we have the right not to be offended.
And that's more important.
Georg Hegel was a German philosopher who came up
That
with the
sounded
basic
familiar,
system
huh?
for achieving the.
I kind of checked out there for a second. When I came back too, it sounded like one of the panels that goes on here. Your opinion's really offending my feelings, and our feelings really matter, and the facts don't matter as much as the feelings. Man, thought I was on a Jack Talcott panel for a second. Holy shit.
Speaking of which, he'll be on any time, won't he?
Oh, yeah, we can observe your buddy over there. Again, is there a reason why these people are making these videos and simulations to prove a point? The same fucking point that I'm living through here regularly? Folks are interested in their feelings, not as much seemingly interested in the facts and what's indicated. Might be a serious problem in this ascension that we're experiencing. Tarek, what can I do for you, sir?
Oh, nothing, Paul. I was listening to your show, and I just want to pop up and, come on and be part of the show.
You want to be part of the show by being here and saying nothing?
Well, no, of course I can say a lot of things. It depends on what subject, of course. No, I'm not like that. Yeah. No.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to address something, go ahead and do it. I'm not going to necessarily ask you for something and then be mad at you for sharing. I mean, I may offer my perspective or critique, but yeah, if you got something that you want to speak on, feel free. I'm almost now interested in Snafu Snaps' video. Like he's now almost got me interested to continue it.
We should definitely continue that if Tarek doesn't have anything. Unless Brian O'Shea's got something.
I'll wait. No, I have some stuff. I'll wait. Let's watch Snafu Snap. I'll wait. I have something to say. I'll wait.
Well, no, don't do that. I'm asking for it now. Just give me what you have.
If you want to.
Yeah, you give it now.
I'm saying okay, no problem. You can get it. We can do that now. Like yesterday, I know, Paul, I went on there, but and things went a little bit, whatever, heated up a little bit. But the point I was trying to make is, I have told you many times before, I respect you on so many levels in terms of the truth and a lot of things, right?
I got that.
Yeah. So the only thing that sometimes we may not agree on, which is fine, we're not going to always agree on everything, is certain things that can't be explained really easy. So that's all in terms of that. There's no hard feelings or anything like that. I don't take anything personally, because I heard you say on the broadcast earlier that some people take things personally. I don't take anything personally at all, because I think you are here every day to motivate people and to talk about the truth and to make a change in people's lives.
And entertain, right? I'm not denying it. I know Jack Talcott says it's a sin, but I've kind of, probably sub-psychologically, I didn't get much attention in my home. I wasn't really heard. So it might have somehow, again, sub-psychologically set me up to be like almost a born entertainer. But yeah, there are aspects about me that pretty much all my life, I at times, I guess, don't mind being the center of attention. And I enjoy making people think and laugh. And it entertains me, if nothing else, gives me something to do. So yeah, it's like that's, I don't want people to forget that aspect of what I do here, that for whatever reason, good, bad, or indifferent, I enjoy entertaining folks and giving myself and others something to do or somewhere to be that kind of we all enjoy or get value from, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. That's why, even though, when I think I was on Jack like 2 weeks ago, and he was mad at me a little bit, and I told him that I think Paul is still the brightest panelist and the person on all the metaverse, and he got a little mad, but I still believe that. And one thing I can say for sure, Paul,
I think Paul would be mad too if he got to heaven and God told him he was the greatest panelist ever, in my opinion.
He is. I think you guys don't understand. Here's one thing about Paul. Like he said, he sees through people, and when you see through people, you just see through people. You just see it. That's it. You don't have to go anywhere. You see it right away. But one thing I want to say to Paul is, one thing I'll always be, because I learned you can't say thankful or appreciated from your perspective. I'm always be indebted to you in terms of what you have taught me in terms of the law and how corrupted the system is, how it works, because it made a big difference in my life and how I changed it. And believe me, even
right,
now,
but
Paul,
you have to understand that this is where then what they say, they about me becomes true. And you've even said it at times. You're not indebted to me. Folks are not indebted to me. I choose to come here and do what I do. If folks want to contribute to what I do and invest in that or contribute value for value, that's fine. You do not owe a debt to me. One of the reasons I come here and do what I do is because you could argue I owe a debt to society and I owe a debt to the God of creation in the form of repentance. So nobody owes me necessarily when I come here. Again, if folks get value from what I do coming here and they want to return that favor, I'm thankful and grateful for that. But I will not accept myself or you or anyone else viewing this experience as you owe a debt to me for me bringing truth that is not mine to other folks who may need it, because we are all a reflection of oneself. That's what we're supposed to do here on some level, to me, right? Maybe that's a personal ethic or, interpretation.
So, Paul, what would
I couldn't live that way. I couldn't live that way and do what I do and then also walk away at some point if I felt that, folks are indebted to me and owe me something, right? It's like, I can't live that way.
No, I agree with you 100%. I'm the same way, but what would the word, it's my language, my communication, what would the word be if I have to, like, thank you, which is not a thank you, but what would it be?
I'd say that there's a fair bit of reverence for this truth that may come through me, and we all experience that same resonation and that reverence with that truth, right? So if anything, again, I contend that myself and thereby proxy all other selves, if anything, owe a debt to their society and to the God of creation, if anything. And still, it's not even really a debt. It comes down to just understanding what the form and function and role is here for conscious and awareness in human form, right? We're here to contribute to ourselves and to the community and the greater good and society, right? And to be representatives of conscious and awareness in the purest form, what we call the experience of God at times, one of the aspects of it, just pure conscious and awareness. With an empathetic
and it doesn't really
component.
matter what he wants, Tarek. Just say what you feel, what you're going through.
No. I know. I don't speak. My language in terms of English is not like Paul or anybody else's. So sometimes I may not have the correct word. That's why I asked them that. But besides that, Paul, one thing I want to say also, when I made that change in terms of everything else, taking myself out of the system and all that, just to let you know, like even my own family, just like you said it perfectly. Your friends, your family, everybody will go against you. Like now, I'll give you an example. If my family wants to go to an outing where they have to go somewhere where they have to provide ID, I can't go. They all get mad. Now they're like, don't talk to me. Yeah? Well, you don't want to talk to me? Don't talk to me. I'm not going anywhere. I don't have no ID and I'm not going to go anywhere without ID. So there's a lot of things also I'm experiencing, which is fine. It is what it is. That's how it's going to be. And a lot of other things in terms of the things that changed.
Is this the real Cynthia creature? Or what are we doing here? What's this mean? No more begging for 2-ply, yay, progress? I don't know what that means.
I have no clue.
I think she's asking for your Cash App.
I think that is Cynthia. She's probably making a joke, Paul.
Right, right. But it's a joke that there has to be some truth when you're making the joke. Or else it's just kind of lost on everyone. Like, whatever. My mistake for allowing a miscreant to take any more of my time, energy, attention than they already have.
And in this walk, Paul, like you said, it's tough. And it's going to be alone. Because even me, after I changed all the things I had to change, I have no contact with nobody. So if any work I do, for example, it went way less, but I don't care because I have no contact with nobody. I don't sign anything. I have no contract. So there's a lot of things I went through the past 9 months, and I still have an open case for the person, not me, on that bullshit. So, there's a lot of things going on.
No, I think I get what she's saying. She's confused again. Because I say folks don't owe me a debt means I'm no longer accepting contributions, what she calls begging for 2-ply. I've never begged for anything. I've never directly asked this audience to give me anything to support me. There's times where we've done simulations like the Tal stock event. Again, it was a one-time thing. It was actually more of a simulation to kind of prove something to myself and to others indirectly, and kind of see where it goes. And boy, it didn't disappoint. So, like, you guys don't understand that I don't always tell you the whole story of why I'm doing what I'm doing at certain times. I'm a strange creature. And what I mean by that is when I have regular gifts from extended friends and family, of course, these aren't business dealings. This is like private jurisdiction gifting, non-taxable events. I start to go, I want to see how it works. Because I start to see patterns. I go, it doesn't matter how many people I start to see the same amounts, if that makes sense. So then I go to myself, how deep does the simulation go? And then I start to go, I want to do events in the future on the ground anyway. Let me do a simulation of one on here, see how it goes. What am I looking at when it comes to participation? And more importantly, I wanted to see if there would be any difference from the regular contribution gifting situation versus an event. And what I found is simulation didn't disappoint, as always. It was pretty much equal to what it normally was doing that. So I concluded I will never try to sell products or do events for profit as much as possible, because somehow, some way, you always wind up with whatever you're meant to have. That's what I found. And I'm sure there's a little bit of me erring on the side of like accepting that without proving it conclusively. But I get an intuition for something. I test it. If it comes out close enough, I conclude to some degree that there is a level of faith here. There is a level of what's meant for you here. We can't explain it. We don't have to. Just ride with it. The same way I told my father in the beginning of this. He said, how are you going to make a living and be able to support yourself doing this broadcast and not selling products and profiteering? I said, I don't know. My intuition, the godly experience tells me, just go on, dedicate yourself, give everything that you are, really put yourself in and surrender the rest and see what happens. Hasn't disappointed me yet. So that was back before you ran off most. I don't know what that means. You're not speaking for everyone, fat pig who's arrogant and ignorant. This is why you were ran off. You're an arrogant, ignorant pig who tries to presume that your perspective and experience is the norm or the usual. It's not. Okay, so that wasn't back before I ran off most. I don't know who most is. You're projecting your experience onto everyone else. There's plenty of folks who've been here for over 2 years who've not left and seemingly aren't going anywhere, and they haven't been ran off. There's been a few dozen folks since that Talstock event who've been ran off. Why? Because they're fake, two-faced, cowardly, duplicitous, lying, trash, who are arrogant as well and have no reason to be. If you're going to be arrogant, have a reason. Be really good at singing, dancing, making money, fucking something. You guys suck at everything, and somehow you're arrogant.
I just want to clarify that, Paul. That's your experience. Like, that is your gift. Like, that you're able to sit on this broadcast and get that. That is the gift you have. It's not necessarily what people who are watching should pursue. I just want to clarify.
It makes no sense either, because she's saying most are ran off, but she's still here. She hasn't been on panel in months. Still here, watching, waiting, and hating. So how are you ran off? Furthermore, you're so obese, you can't run anywhere, let alone get ran off from here. So you roll off and then you roll back every so often. Why are you pretending like folks get run off from here? They always return. They always come back. They can't stand to be away from their daddy for too long.
No, the truth is the truth. So if there's no,
Yeah, she's a consumer. The majority of these folks are consumers. Look at them. You can tell. They're consumers. So they wouldn't know what to do with themselves if they didn't come here every so often to consume and then to vomit it back out with some twist. All right? These aren't content creators. You folks don't sit around with ideas, thinking, pursuing your craft, right? Fashioning yourself as the instrument. Putting all your time, energy, attention, and your heart into what you're doing and creating and being. You're consuming 3/4 of your fucking time and life. Someone else's shit. You have no idea what it's like to wake up and be me at this point, yet you want to make projections. I really can't get enough of it here. I'm a glutton for punishment. I really am. I love to let these fucking pathetic slaves show up and make determinations about me and let them show themselves day after day being loser failures. In arrogance, right? If they weren't arrogant, I wouldn't even bring up that they're loser failures. I only bring up the loser failure component when they come with the ego and the arrogance. Like they know something, they're better than people, they're on a move, they got it going on. You don't. Nobody's looking for you, nobody's checking for you. So if that's the case, how dare you make any kind of comments on me? It really only just serves to show your delusion. Shows your mental and emotional illness and unwillingness to reconcile with life on life's terms and the truth. What else is new? That's the human condition across the board.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same thing to you, Paul. That asked someone on someone's panel. I won't say it, and she's a Christian, right? She's a good Christian that asked somebody that, would you like to have a blowjob from a guy or a girl if you're a guy? I mean, I don't get it. Like, this is the Christian girl that's talking about religion asking these type of questions. Unbelievable.
Oh, it's believable.
Demons.
It's been going on from the beginning of time. Folks masquerading as something above and beyond the norm when they're completely dysfunctional and divided from any kind of conscionable conscience and discernment. It's clear, right? Again, these are vax takers. Do I even need to say anything beyond that? You took a vax. Let's leave it right there. Let's just leave it right there. I'm sorry that like half or 3/4 of the world put themselves on record inherent intelligence test mentally and emotionally. You showed your IQ, your EQ, and your SQ, your spiritual quotient. You're completely disturbed, divided, discontent, broken, and you're confused and in chaos. It's the only way that you could be who and what you are and have done what you've done. So the quicker you just reverse engineer that and understand that is the quicker you can get up out the darkness and ignorance and arrogance. Okay? Look at the pig. The pig is still oinking down there. Why do you still come here? You're so desperate. You know that you suck. You know that your life's a waste. You know that your content's terrible. So it brings you back here over and over again to try to suck up who and what I am and what I have and try to pervert it and twist it back in your own hole, but nobody watching. Could you please get a fucking life? You're never going to get a man, but please get a life at least. Something that you can dedicate your time, energy, attention to that other people will say you're good at and get value from, not you saying it. Pathetic.
Sincere something.
Bunch of fat, undisciplined, weak-ass, cowardly slaves who can't even get up and go to work. I'm literally turning into my father. I never thought it would happen. They're so pathetic and embarrassing. They sit on YouTube like a fat blob with nothing to say and nothing to show. No wisdom, no empathy even, no discernment, just faking being something and saying something, getting little to no response and attention, and continuing to do it instead of packing it up and going to live your fucking horrible, pathetic, lukewarm, mediocre life as some placeholder somewhere. The ironic part here is you're too arrogant to even do that. Because at one point, I was showing up on various job sites and they would say to me, why are you doing this? I go, what does that mean? They go, why are you here working construction for $80 a day with the illegal Mexicans? Why are you picking up trash and doing all this? I go, I need something to do for a living to pay the bills. They go, you got so much intellect, so much talent. You can speak, you got ability. Why are you here? You're getting that here. I'm saying to you, why are you here and why are you not picking up trash with the illegal Mexicans? We got to switch roles here, is what I'm saying. You got no business on here as a content creator or commentator or conversationalist. You ain't got what it takes. But you're too fucking lazy and arrogant and entitled to go out in the fucking heat every day and pick up trash for less than minimum wage because that's what it's going to take to get it done. You ain't got it in you. You ain't got it in either fucking venue. Fascinating. You better learn quick. It's not going to be pretty when you get really fat and old and you got nowhere to go and nothing to keep. It's not going to be pretty. That's what I had to realize for me at some point to motivate me to become a self-starter. Do you want to be Jack Talcott? Do you want to be Keith Talcott, wizard? Do you want to be other folks who come here are like cascading into old age with little to nothing to show for a lifetime of non-passion, non-dream chasing, non-starter, non-minding your own business? Do you want to be that person? I don't. And it's not about pride and ego. It's about competence and capability. It's about being able to look yourself in the fucking face every day and not feel like a fucking scumbag slave. Having a good work ethic has nothing to do with slavery. It's about the tax paying where that conversation comes in. You got to have a work ethic in this life. You got to stick to something every day. You got to be proficient and perfect yourself and serve yourself in the community and bring value to yourself in the community. If not, you're going to be a fucking waste And that's exactly what Klaus Schwab wants. 7 billion pathetic pig-like wastes who sit at home on lockdown, who've convinced themselves they're not essential, believe on their false god that the Masons gave them, and hope that they give them some cat coin stimulus. You guys are so fucked at this point, you have no idea where we're going. All you folks who literally exemplify New World Order, mind control, heart control, slavery, and dissolution. We're going into full-on alchemization mode here at some point. It's already happening. The heat, the pressure, the condensation, the dissolution that comes back into solution. It's happening. It's been happening, and it's ramping up because you folks are literally the cause and effect display of what needs to happen next. You're going to have to lose, as the intro says, all your pretty and nice shit, and your bullshit job's going to be taken away because you refused to get the self-knowledge and to do what's true and what's right and have humbleness and humility before the creational force. You're going to do it your way. That hasn't worked for you yet. Like every scumbag addict like myself who shows up at treatment and tries to argue with the sober people about how to live life because you got the answers. Your best thinking got you here where you're at now. Vaxxed out and slaved out and broke. Smarten up. Can't tell you any other way. The same way that some of them counselors should have told me. And at one point, one of the Spanish guys did. He told me in a nice way. He goes, Paulie boy, at some point, you're going to have to learn to take some fucking suggestions. You ain't got all the answers. And then I had to start to look at it. You know what? He's right. My best thinking got me here. I don't have it all together. I'm completely fucked up. I'm broke and I'm addicted to drugs. Don't have the answers. Have some other answers. Can't fit them in over here and make it work. Got to come together, right? It's got to bring it all together and make it work. So yeah, at some point, it's like you got to humble yourself with humility before the truth. Got to get a job, Paulie boy. Got to get up every day early and work. Got to save your money. Got to live within your means, right? You got to do the ways of the world like everybody else, unless you got another plan. They got a whole bunch of feelings about what they want to do and not do, but they don't have any other solutions. So till you bring the other world and the other way and the other solutions, you're going to have to live like everybody else to a point, right? And then that's when we then go to the next level, because obviously you see I'm someone at this time, although I'd probably benefit from it. I'm not going to go work at Walmart at this time because I have this that I do and create, and it's been good to me because I believe I've been good with it. You were saying truth or cop?
In the moment you bring in that other world, as you just put it, that new information, that new way of seeing, you're going to face opposition from those who have sold their position out to the old information. And they're going to give you all the pushback in the world to be like, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, that's the key word. The key word is information. It's not true understanding. It's not true knowledge. It's information. It's words strung together that keep these people in a formation, just continuing to go over the ledge. Right? So they believe they have knowledge and wisdom because they've been uploaded with information, and they can't pull back from the picture and see that that information has kept them in a herd going over a cliff. Information is not synonymous with knowledge and wisdom. That's experiential. That's sensible and based in understanding and logic. Your information is nonsensical. There is no common sense and logic to it. And you can't even step back to see how you have been your own worst enemy because you've ran the program they've uploaded you with. That's why mind and heart control is so effective, because nobody knows they're under it when they're under it. That's how it works. Like my father used to tell me, I'm my own man. I'm a skeptic. I think for myself. Dude, you voted Republican all your life, even for George Bush. You're not a skeptic. You don't ask the right questions. You're not capable of critical thinking, and you're arrogant because when I tell you your mind and heart control, you say, no, I'm not. Don't offend me. You're so fucking arrogant. You don't understand. That's why mind and heart control works, because the being who's under it doesn't know they're under it. That's how it's effective. And you're too lacking in self-awareness and awareness of the whole to step back and see how you yourself are mind and heart controlled, and that the majority of your life has been written for you by somebody else. This should not be that difficult to step back from who and what you are and see this from a cosmic consciousness perspective and reverse engineer it. So are you guys able to do that and see it, and you just don't want to cop to it in public? Or are you really this fucking blind leading the blind? I always question that. Are they malicious and deceptive and egotistical to where they can see it, know I'm right, but don't want to cop to it because it makes them feel stupid and weak? Or are they really just this fucked up, soul broken and blind that they can't see what I'm talking about? And they just hear my words, but it falls on deaf ears and all they get is he's offending me. I always question myself about that.
Maybe it's both, Paul. And Paul, here's the funny part.
A little
about
bit of
mind
both,
control,
I think,
right?
yeah.
That's what I was going to
Yeah.
say.
So, like today I went to get garlic. I ran out of garlic. I went to get garlic from Kroger. I swear to God, there was like 500 people, like pretty much outside. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And guess why they're all there? It's Mother's Day. They're all trying to get their flowers. like they're so mind control. So I'm waiting in line, Paul, and this fucking lady asked me, "Where's your flowers?" Asked me, "Where's your flowers?"
Come on, you
I'm
fucking
like, hey.
scumbag. Today's the day where we all buy shit and give it to mama. We've made a day. That's the thing. Society and culture, like they're going to decide what day you're going to do and be this. That's the mind and heart control. As if there's a day for like showing appreciation to the women in your life. This is the problem. You guys act like there's a solution there. That is the problem. You don't have any thankfulness and gratefulness and care and connection with the women and children. And you're not thankful and grateful and appreciative. So then you double down on the disrespect by picking one day a year where you're going to buy some shit and hand it to somebody. And you wonder why we're in sorcery and mockery and ritual demonism. You guys are completely empty corporate male suits who've sold your souls. You think you're going to pay your way out of this with something that isn't money and has no true value. You are the true value and don't even know it. There's our problem. Source consciousness, everything goes back to source, just like water. We are that.
I think hell for those people, those corporate slaves, might just be like heaven with no toilet paper.
Yeah, like maybe like here's a clue. For the next 10 Mother's Day, here's your gift you can give to good old mom. How about you become a fucking honorable, courageous man? How about you become the daddy your mama never had in human form? That's a great gift you can give to dear old ma on Mother's Day for the next decade.
Support the patriarchy on Mother's Day, dude?
Oh yeah, you know what? You're right. I did. I slipped up there. I indirectly said support the patriarchy, which is offensive. I did it again. Because God forbid, like you're right. Sorry, I'm wrong audience. We're in inversion land. So you want to give a gift for your ma for the next decade? Just get all your fucking boosters and treatments and get that 6Gs just drilled into your fucking head. Make mama proud. Just submit to the fucking inauthentic corporate male fascism policy and code. Just be a good bitch boy, right? Just stay safe so mama can devour you. Sorry, I forgot we were in the Babylonian archetype. I tried to speak life into what I thought was God's people. I'm probably talking to majority of Satanistic, demonic citizen slaves who have tyrannical father at home and devouring mother. That perfectly emulates their governmental and religious spiritual system. Political and spiritual system, right? It's just another holographic mirroring replication. I love how that works. We're like everything we look at's a reflection and a replication of the original conceptualization. Quantum physics just displayed like in manifestation, right? The spooky action at a distance. One thing can somehow be connected to another thing, even though there's space between. Tell us more about that. We've never seen that before. Oh, wait, a phone exists. The phone exists. They'll believe this exists because they see the black square. It's real to them. When I tell them this is modeled off who and what we are, we're all connected to a basic code and program, they go, that's wild, Paulie boy. What kind of drugs are you on? Whatever.
Right.
I just throw my hands up at
the
that point.
fact that they might be in tune with these things and they might be connected to their own their surroundings and making what they see outside of themselves happen. They don't want to consider that. They want to deflect it into anything else.
That's how they get their individual identity, is by denying connection to others and God. It makes them feel like their own person. Then they go and vote to go back into the collective archetype. Right? It's like the way you get your true individualization is by recognition of God and the fact that we're all one self and created the same. That's when you then realize, oh shit, I'm part of a bigger thing and I get a power to choose. That's the only individual identification process you have. It would seem to me available to you. The other is a deception. There's no God. We're not all connected. We're just our own special, unique individual people with a special set of feelers that are real to us. Works perfect. Why we're at where we're at now. And then this thing is going to use everybody's feelers to completely
And you
misdirect
don't
them deeper into
understand
decay.
me, so your opinion isn't valid.
I know. You know how many women think I have to date them for 3 to 5 years to understand them? Are you kidding? You guys aren't that complicated. You're not that different. Who gave this? Was kindergarten, the Prussian nonsense that told everyone they were unique and special. You're not. Republican, Democrat, hot, cold, light, dark. We're right here. It's duality. You're not that. There's not that many fucking, unpredictable patterns going on here. If there were, the old last 4 years thing. Sorry.
Paul, I don't want to take control of your audience, but I did restream this to my audience with hashtag Truthio and Crew in the title. So I do want to get back to that video. That's all I want to put in there.
Okay, yeah, we can get back to it. Why not? We're already 18 minutes over. Whatever you want to do, man. I turn it over to the people. Let's see here. Hashtag Crewyo.
Goals of the Illuminati called the Hegelian dialectic. This system is based on 3 steps. In step 1, a rogue government will create the problem that harms or even kills its own citizens. This deception is known as a false flag attack. In step 2, a rogue government will control the reaction to the problem which it created by typically blaming it on an enemy or some aspect of its own society over which it seeks more control. This is why the term false flag attack is so named. In step 3, a rogue government will offer the solution to the problem which it created. This solution is typically a war or a system of regulations. The solution would usually not be accepted by the public had the rogue government not created the crisis and controlled the reaction to it in the first place. A government which seeks increasing control can keep pushing society to accept its agenda by following a series of problems, reactions, and solutions which it planned all along. The significance of the Hegelian dialectic is not how evil it is, but rather how often governments choose to follow it. There has not been a major war in the 20th and 21st centuries that does not follow the Hegelian dialectic.
The Hegelian dialectic is a very subtle psychological process which can destroy conviction, crumble your conscience, and it can even eliminate every shred of opposition that might exist within you that would make you oppose the exterminating of Christian principles in society. And what is so sick about it is that it is very simple. It is a process which involves 3 phases, which are thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The first phase of the Hegelian dialectic is simply presenting the thesis. A thesis is simply the ideologies or the beliefs of a group or of an individual. After this phase is completed, then phase 2 begins, which is the presentation of the antithesis. The antithesis is a completely opposite view from the beliefs or ideals presented in the thesis. This is done to confuse the thoughts of the dissenter or the target group. Then, when phase 2 is completed, phase 3 is initiated, which is the presentation of the synthesis. The synthesis is a compromise between the 2 radically opposed ideals or beliefs that were presented in the thesis and the antithesis, which brings about a completely new belief system. A completely new belief system which is more than readily accepted by the dissenter or the dissenting group because it relieves the confusion that was on their mind. And unknowingly, now they compromise their own belief system. This process is then repeated a number of times until the dissenter or the dissenters finally give up and accept a new belief system without any more dissent at all. And this is the process that the occult New Age movement is using to destroy Christian principles, Christian values, and to initiate in our society values that are wholly demonic and corrupt in their nature.
And we'll get into this later. The method they use is that of the Hegelian dialectic. Thesis played against antithesis leads to a synthesis. In other words, for Hegel, for history to make progress, you have to have conflict. And when you look at the key people in the order, you will find that they generate conflict. So Bush and Harriman politically are conflicting.
All right. Now, do you wish to observe Jack Talcott and his ever-present seeming insanity? That may be something beyond what the rest of us are aware of, because he claims to be a potential second incarnation of Jesus. Do you want to now view him?
Brian O'Shea was last seen in a shopping cart and is now no longer on panel, and would love to get back to that at any moment. But for now, if we have to, I guess we can watch Jack.
So you wish to see primarily Brian O'Shea kind of rolling out, riding dirty, just carts and slaves, the newest bit. That's what you're looking for. All right. Well, I'm open to that. I'm open to whatever else folks want to come forward with. If folks want to join the panel, address something, miscellaneous, so to speak, I'm open to that. But if not, we're already 25 minutes over. We had a fairly momentous broadcast in the sense of embodying a momentum, kind of flowing and taking it wherever it's meant to go, and letting me do most of the talking. I appreciate you guys. I keep getting a rap that I never stop talking on my own broadcast. I appreciate you guys allowing that. Panel members, limited panel members.
Yeah.
All right, let's view Jack Slavecott, and then let's see if we can do a little Hegelian dialectic, right? See if we can embody some of what the masters have taught us, where we need problem, reaction. Yeah, you're going to help. Tarek.
Oh, Lord.
Truth or Cop, whoever else is out there. There's a problem, and then there's a reaction, and then solution. How can we incorporate this understanding that Hegel so eloquently articulated into this interaction?
Well, we should first certainly we have to look for this. So let's start. I mean, we got to start the video.
On and what we think about.
That's the most important thing, how we think and how we act. Yeah. I'm all
correct.
Yeah.
Which is why my God,
oh God,
Jesus is the way that confirmed it in
already amazing.
My own path. I looked for God first.
Jesus says, "Take bank property and don't pay for it."
Now the science.
Jesus said, I quote, "Take a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house for yourself and not pay the rent."
The sciences of the mind, and then the sciences of religion.
Is that Jimi
God
Hendrix?
has blessed me with an incredible.
Who
there's
is this
so
person?
Many. I'm not unique. If anyone wants to learn about any of this stuff, please, I got tons.
You'll notice there's a clear pattern of Jack Talcott latches onto one other retard who either won't call him out on the truth because they're too retarded to see their own growth and actualization, or they just can't see it altogether, right? So he latches onto one like every few weeks, just keeps him close so he can just meander and ramble on and make absolutely no sense, but feel validated in it, right? And they'll say, I'm doing the same thing. That's why this simulation's so great. Because literally, just keep in your mind, everything that I'm about to say, if I say anything more about Jack Talcott, the other side will say the exact fucking same thing about me. And then it's this amazing simulation game where then everyone in the middle gets to choose, is there a right or wrong here? Is there more on one side or the other? Or is everyone fucking crazy? Is everyone doing it? simultaneously. While we're all claiming it's everyone else doing it, we might all be doing it and be unaware. That's what I love about this game for the audience. I'm totally in. Like, I'm a participant. I might be doing it, and I just don't care. And I'm like, look at this. We're all doing it. I might be doing it now, but I'm not going to focus on that. I'm going to focus on how they're doing it. By proxy, I'm doing it. Does that make sense?
Well, for
it's
sure.
the craziest awareness in the world.
I talked to you about I started, my service with the Pussy Patrol unit. It is not about anything. No, you see, I can already tell where people start to react to that, right? But like, I'm looking out for these freaking people trying to victimize themselves. Okay, I don't want them to do that. There's a lot of people doing that. We got to protect people from themselves out here. So that's why I joined the Pussy Patrol Targeted Slaves Unit. Because we have a lot of targeted slaves. They're getting surrounded by people, and with different opposition, oh my gosh, opposing ideas, and they don't.
I got a comment here from Jack Turner, Truth or Cop.
We have to protect them.
Says, you're right, Paul. I said that since day one. You could defiantly, that's the Freudian slip. I think you meant definitely, but really you were more correct there than you know. I would defiantly be hosting a mainstream show. If you gave me a mainstream show, it wouldn't matter if you gave me $1 billion. I couldn't do it because I'd show up every day because I have a commitment, but I wouldn't put my heart into it, and I would do it defiantly. And eventually they'd throw me the fuck out of there because I'd say what I'm not supposed to on air. I'd cause problems like I do everywhere in my life. So you could say I could because I have the ability to. Like, yeah, I'm just as good as Anderson Cooper or Joe Rogan or any one of these clowns.
Dude.
I might be better,
but
I can't. This isn't about you. Let's get back to me. Let's get back to me. This is Talcott time, and it will be about me. Don't make the same mistake world famous NFL player Steve Martin made yesterday when he lost me. I didn't lose him. He lost me. Okay?
I would never make a mistake like that, Pablo and Slavia. Please.
You notice that I've got under a Mexican national name now. I've taken on a new identity because I'm hiding out. I am now Pablo Unslaved, and I've rebranded myself to Papa Inc. It used to be Your Daddy Inc. It's now To Papa Inc. I'm a Mexican national. I've changed my status once again. I'm a shapeshifter. Habla español? Truth or cop? Un poquito? Y más?
Un poquito, señor.
The resources I could share and point people towards. All this information's out there. But what it all boils down to.
Oh, come on, man. What did I do to be blessed with this occasion?
Science and philosophy.
Cage Tard, what are you doing here?
Oh, sorry. I'll put it on.
What's up, Cage? What's up, bro?
No, the other Tard. The Tard thought I was talking about him. No, the other Tard. Cage Tard. No, not you. You were fine as a Tard this time. The other Tard right now.
All right.
Cage Tard. What makes him think I want him here again?
What makes you think you have a fucking choice, really?
I'll see you later. All right, let's get back to the video. It's like, why do they do that? Like, I don't even play from ego. I let you guys be retarded day in and day out here, and I just let you come back and be more and more retarded. Then they go, let's play with ego, Paulie boy. Makes you think you have a choice. I know I have a choice in every situation. I could always die. Like, I came to that conclusion at some point. There's always a choice, even if it's die. Still a choice. Think about it. Consider it.
Philosophy, following the wisdom of the yogis and the Buddhas to deeply understand and respect and appreciate the love of Christ, the love of Jesus. It is through that example. It's a real simple example, simple choice.
Get over there,
Do we have faith
Let's go. Make
in the
Patty proud.
truth?
Turn it up a little bit. You've been doing great today.
Or do we corrupt ourselves?
Audience loves you.
You know, but we have no choice really because Jesus said in the Bible.
I was
that
literally already working on it. I'm trying to get my computer.
And we have no choice just to say, okay, we accept it and live with it. And it is difficult to. I experience that it is difficult to accept Jesus, you know, because I think he's the truth, and that is the proof that it is not easy. You know?
This is how this goes, right? I at some point get completely shamed, right? I get written up with like certain narratives. My whole legacy is destroyed. I'm killed or put to death, or I wind up going back on drugs, overdosing, or going to prison forever. And then 2,000 years from now, somehow, some way, a book comes out that Paul Unslaved is somehow an incarnation of what we call God. And everyone completely forgets that if it applies to him, it applies to all them. And they'll be sitting there arguing 2,000 years from now. I know. Paul Unslaved is the truth, the life, the way. It's just so hard to accept. It's like, yeah, it's the same story over and over again. There's no separation. It's consciousness. It's awareness. It's incarnation. It's all one process and experience. You're either having it or you're not. Everything else is bullshit.
But that doesn't mean that he rejects you when you have difficulties to live with him and to accept him.
Maybe you have difficulties. Have you overcome those difficulties yet?
I have no. I have difficulties. Just
oh well, okay. So don't assume everyone has those challenges anymore. I mean,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's foolish to assume what people think and do.
Unfortunately, it is. But this is the world we were born into.
But every Christian cares about this, yeah, that he has difficulties to follow Christ and to fully accept him.
Don't stop. Hey, Roman, what I'm hearing
you do. You have no balls if you're going to be part of the Talcott experience. Not even a yoga ball.
I'm reflecting back to you what I'm experiencing with you, so I'd like you to consider what you're showing me. It appears you have a focus. What's that?
No, I'm all. Yeah.
Okay.
Paul,
right. He's like sitting there going, he's going to come back any minute and save us from the slavery we're creating.
On what you believe is hard, what you believe is difficult, what you believe. I encourage you, reevaluate your self-limiting beliefs, because God is not limited, God is infinite. And if we follow the way of Jesus, not just put him on a pedestal and, oh, he's God to me. No, that's not the message. We invite Christ, the love of Christ, the love that is willing to hang on the cross, I assume painfully, but, he's more of a man than I was. Well, right. So if we love someone, we unite ourselves with them. As we unite ourselves with them, we start picking up their frequencies of thought, their ways of thinking. My life has blessed me with a lot of time and a lot of things to consider with the brand, Live Without Fear. It was inspired by the Bible, by Jesus, although admittedly it took me quite a while to admit faith was the way to do it, because I thought the only way to live without fear was through strength. Today I know it's God. God is the truth. It's not hard to accept the truth. Just simply takes a humility and a willingness to bring the truth into our lives, as though the truth is the
K-Star, why are you back? Go over to Jack and bust his balls so we can watch him act out.
But Jack,
that's the game here.
I think we are all, and no, not.
Go over there, try to talk, say 3 words, watch him freak out, and then throw you out.
I am so confused.
Because it wasn't all about him.
Christ is God, and then go.
You think I'm bad? Like, I might be arrogant, and egotistical, and narcissistic, but Jack takes the cake.
To say I accept this as truth, and go on another way.
Paul, I thought Live by Fear was promoted by you're the one that discovered it. Why do you say Jesus?
Well, no, that's the thing, is that I'm more embodying of the brand. Like, if you had to put me and him on a scale, I way more live without fear than he does.
No one comes to the Father except through him.
I don't live without it. I just go past it at times, but he doesn't at all. Like fear controls his life.
Yeah.
how I experience it.
Hey, I don't try to second guess God, and I don't know
He's
what
so
is.
afraid
what
he's going to
would-
have to get
I
up every
think
day
you're
and actually put his
imagining
heart into something to
confusion.
make a fucking
If
living,
you accept
or
one
to actually
thing,
live.
then
He's so
what do you
afraid
do
of
in
that.
another? Well, you deal with it when you deal with it. You don't let it
I experienced
overcomplicate.
him. I experienced him in dreams, and
Okay,
angels
and
who
so
told me the truth.
okay,
What
so
to
then
believe.
what confusion is there for you? You can't accept that other people found God in a way
You know,
different than you?
the people back in Exodus, in where they are wandering through the desert, they saw God in these in clouds and the fire in the night, and they
Snafu and
don't
Truther Cop are on
really
there live.
believed, many of them. You know, it's not about what we see, what I dream.
Oh, they got up there now? What am I behind?
I
Yeah,
cannot
this Roman
tell.
guy's boring as hell. Yep.
Oh
Yeah, I'm
shit.
about 4 minutes behind.
I just checked in.
Hey, Truther
Ooh.
Cop, did you come over from your daddy's area?
Supposed to love God.
You're one of the
and love
culted
each
ones,
other
I'm
for
pretty sure.
We got some more guests here. Welcome,
Sure.
Truther Cop,
Greetings,
and
Des.
another wild card.
Well, before Snafu, listen, Snafu, I know you have some important news to bring us, but I'm concerned about your safety, Jack. I've taken part in the targeted slaves unit of the Pussy Patrol, and I heard that you were probably a targeted slave. And this is the worst part. When I introduced this idea on Paul's panel, his response was to deflect. He just ignored my point, dude. So I want to make sure you're okay. Are you okay, brother? Brother Talcott, are you okay?
I'm feeling good. You sound like you feel unheard. I hope you feel heard today, and I hope we share good
Oh, I'm gonna go to
feelings
Jack's to fuck with
today.
him. I'll be back.
Well, I see. That makes more sense. Welcome, Snafu.
Jack, Mr. Truther Cop, sir. Jack.
Yes, Snafu.
I gotta ask you a question. Let's see how fast it takes you to get angry, furrow your eyebrow. But I'm asking you a question about God and all this talk we're talking. So you said, oh, that book, that Bible. Do you know what John 1:1 says? Since you're so knowledgeable about who and what God is, what John 1:1 tell us? Don't look it up. You should know this. You talk
Why?
about what is no, because you want to discredit. Now the Bible is trash now because of Mandela effect. But those who
Oh,
understand
wait,
it,
what?
but fact
Wait,
is,
what? Snafu
the
says the Bible is trash?
because of Mandela
Yeah, that
effect.
was
Oh.
Snafu. You're making that's a strong
Wow.
claim, but you get back down. Zebra team, back down, back down.
Hold on. No. Jack wants to say.
Yeah,
this
keep
book,
going,
the
Snafu.
Bible,
Keep going.
remember, it says it's written as a tablet.
Listen to the stellar logic, by the way. The people who claim God wrote the Bible, even though man wrote it, as we understand, because they're given credit for individuals that the chapters, somehow when the Mandela effect happens, if you presume it's happening, because it seems there's some fire to that smoke. Now, let's say the Mandela effect is happening. That would be direct evidence of God actually rewriting the Bible or a spiritual entity, because all the books are suddenly changing. So either God, the devil, or some entity is rewriting all the scripture, maybe in its own image, rather than you say it has more credibility now, or that there's more to look at there that we can get directly from these forces rather than the book. You now say the Bible's now trash. So when man writes it, it's the word of God. When God or the devil rewrites it, it's trash. I don't see the logic. And I'm just saying, or the devil, to kind of like leave it open to probability or possibility. But like, what are the odds the actual God of creation somehow, some way isn't rewriting all this scripture to prove to you it has the final say? That your books are not where the living God and truth is. It's where man's interpretations are. Is this confusing at all, Christos? This fucking twisted logic?
Yep, the special kid got the ball intercepted, but he ended up running the wrong exact way.
He intercepted the ball and ran it into his own goal and scored for the other team.
Into your heart. Jack, if you understand what's going on or anything about God, which you don't, you would never say Buddhas and Jesus. Now you talk about
He's
Yogi Bear.
stretching.
Hey, Yogi
Oh
Bear.
my God.
Yogi?
Snafu.
Yogis and Jesus? What the fuck?
Snafu. Snafu.
Like, Jack,
You're
you're talking shit
welcome.
you don't
We're
know
tying
nothing
in too
about.
many claims here,
I
brother.
recommend you go look.
What's the overall?
You're-
What is the main point here that you're trying to get to? Like at the end of the day, Snafu, what are you trying to prove again? I'm sorry, I
Joe
lost track.
Stool is over there. I'm going to
That
try to
Jack's
hop
kind
in.
of a
I'm not blocked
blasphemous
anymore.
dumbass. It's simple. He
Well,
proves
I
himself.
mean, listen. At that point, I mean, we might all be at times, and we have to acknowledge that in ourselves and just kind of like relax and like, hey, I do it too. No, don't.
Yeah.
Wait, where'd he go?
He's gone.
Did he leave?
I
Or
pay
did you block
attention
him?
and I
No,
put
don't
him in the
block
back.
him. No,
he's done.
Please, I want to hear what he says. No, I want
No,
to hear
he's
what he
not.
said to
Well,
that. Please.
well, go talk to him
Jack,
over on Paul's
Jack, may I
channel.
please?
Not
Jack.
here. No.
Jack.
Hey, truth or cop,
Jack.
You're
Truth or cop.
totally,
Yes, Roman. Roman,
How are
I'm
you?
sorry. I've never met you, sir. How are you doing today?
I never, but I like you really. Months ago I spoke about you, but there on EM. But I think you are a really good man.
Well, that's beside the
That's
point.
all.
Jack Talcott's life might be in jeopardy.
No,
All right. I'm
we
going
all.
to. I'm going to change the energy. That was a nice and fun interruption. Truth or Cup is certainly
They're
a
both true.
character.
They're really. We all, I'm here because of. I don't want to say names, but I'm really on the conspiracy path, and I think you have also heard of many things about how
Well,
evil the world is.
hey, Roman, that was actually kind of where my notes were at for the topic today. I don't like really dwelling in the darkness, but
Yeah. Yeah.
the corruption, it's so obvious. And really, I mean, if you just step back and consider that, right? What if God's purpose for us is just as been described in the Bible, right? Just as we were warned. We're here to overcome temptation, to overcome sin, which is what, that's the message from Jesus. The way, the truth, the light, the way out of the corruption and sin of the world is what he showed. It's love for one another. We're here to love and instruct and learn from each other because we're not. The observations on history, though, if you just take the American perspective, right after slavery allegedly ended, late 1800s, early 1900s, it was still common for children to be in industrial labor. America was built on slavery. And so along the way, too, mankind, as the societies developed, breaking away from the tyranny of the rulership, the democratic systems, the republics were born and introduced into the world.
Jack, I told you I am on the conspiracy path, and I have maybe often the thoughts that maybe they introduced this lie. Yeah, there's Jesus, and you can be saved, and just go on with your life and die in your life with this belief. I am on this way, but I don't. I experienced Jesus, and I know He's the truth because He showed me, and He
Okay,
showed
so then,
millions others that He's the truth.
mhm.
And regardless what is going on in the world, the evil and they think that they are on top of the chain and they know everything, but
Correct.
I think they are dumb. You know, they have just
Correct.
the wealth and that's it. Yeah.
Correct.
Sorry.
Hey, sorry,
Hey, Paul.
Roman. I want to recognize and welcome back our dear friend Joe Kool. How you been, man? You look more gray, dude. What the hell?
I look like I'm gonna die in a week, right? Jeez.
Hey, welcome back, Joe.
Thank you, Bill.
We were talking on a few different topics: corruption of the world and the truth of God, and the relationship with Jesus in that mix too. I think those are all pretty
Corruption
good.
in the world, truth is God, relationship with Jesus.
All pretty good topics, man.
All similar, right? All connected, right?
We've got, I think, another clown in the back, and I don't think I'm going to entertain it. So, Chris Sauce. I'm assuming it might be Chris.
When you start a circus, you shouldn't be upset when clowns show up. I would know.
Anyway. Hey, okay, so Roman.
Yep.
Kind of like court.
Actually, I'm going to come back to what you were saying, your experience with Jesus. That's very important, right? Especially for you. And I encourage you to really contemplate and reflect. I'm sure you probably already have. What's the meaning of it? What are you supposed to do?
No other God spoke to me in my dreams. And
okay.
in my life,
And
you know?
so
No other God
what are you supposed to do with that?
accept it. And I mean, to say, yeah, that's just experience and that dream doesn't matter and that, oh, it was on my 33rd birthday. Oh, no, that doesn't matter. I can't do it, you know. I just accept it as
Okay.
the truth.
Well, how about if it was a sign for you to realize, to confirm for you that the way of Jesus is the way you're supposed to live? What if that's what it was? Because that's, I mean, I've met a lot of people online and stuff. I've heard testimonies of people having experiences with God, with Christ, with very powerful things. I haven't, but I walk with faith that everything Jesus said is true, that as long as I love God and I love others, that somehow, some way, I'll be all right. And the more I started practicing that, guess what I found? Dude, I feel great. I'm doing things that make me feel good. I'm doing things that hopefully help others feel good. I'm living the life of my dreams. Why? Because I humbled myself. God allowed me to figure out how to escape that ego noise that's constant. What I was recognizing earlier over the past couple of days, part of my path, I've come across some cool documentaries on the evolution of history, primarily though with the influences of Sigmund Freud and Edward Bernays. What they did conceptually, Freud helped mainstream psychology better understand that there's a subconscious part of us that's driving what we do and who we are. Well, Bernays was smart enough to figure out that that's a way that people could be controlled. People have been controlled and manipulated from their desires ever since, World War I. Actually, there was propaganda in the news encouraging men to get to battle and to support the wars. The point is, through whatever means it arose, the truth is, mankind, primarily in America, has been the egoic tendencies of selfishness. Those have been enhanced in humanity. And it's so clear and obvious. We're dealing with selfishness versus generous. And if we align with God, we are generous. When we align with the ways of the world, We are selfish. It's by its design. It's so cool. Does that make sense?
I want to see what Roman think. I'm trying to get to know the cat.
So you, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, the first time I was on Tech Show, I talked about how God speaks through our bodies, through how silly it sounds, through our burps and hiccups and many things. I think this is the
Sounds
truth.
a little
because-
silly. It sounds a little silly. Now
I
you
know,
say
I know it
burps.
sounds silly, but I I think it's the truth because our ancestors give it, because we say when we sneeze, you know, we say God bless you. I think that's the truth because when you sneeze, that's a good sign. That
You know
and
where
God
that
is
comes
always
from,
good.
yeah. That God bless you is from Gesundheit, meaning they thought that when you sneeze, your nose opens so wide that demons can flap your nose. So they say bless you so demons don't flap your nose. That's where that came from.
Okay.
So I don't tell motherfuckers bless you because of that reason. Not sure if, you know, I might have missed some heavy communication there, right? I don't know.
That's interesting. Here, hey, we've got another guest, and Roman. Well, you've been watching a while, you said, right? So you understand some of the chaos. Whoops. Welcome, Lou.
How's it going, buddy? Can you hear me?
You're a little lower. We there.
Hey, Joe, when I grow up, can I be a auditor like you? Can you show me, bro?
He's stupid, yeah.
How much money can you make auditing? I'm really looking for a
Lou?
new job, right?
Lou, what are you
I'm
doing?
just playing a little Jack. Come on. You gotta lighten up
Okay,
the mood
but
a little bit, no?
well, but Lou, did you pay attention to what you were doing, or you just wanted to come up and play along, play around? Because
I
I've
ain't
asked
seen
you
him in a
before.
while. He might have wanted
I
to come
know,
up
but
here and say hi a little bit.
I'm
yeah,
mildly
you know
retarded.
that's true.
I don't
Well,
always
you're.
get what's going on. Sometimes I forget where I am.
Well,
God
yep,
damn it,
it's
Paul.
because you've been well, I won't assume why it is, but you're right. You do.
Very good, Judge.
It's the
On the
result
song.
of the
My mother
past.
left me in a dark room. Because my mother left me in a dark room. I didn't know where I was. And she locked the door
No.
when I was just a little boy.
Hey, Lou, if you believe that is a logical excuse for today, time to go back inside yourself and check yourself. See, this is actually a good example, even in fun or humor. People will carry these moments, and maybe the moments are a few years, but people will carry moments from the past throughout their lives and allow
OTW,
themselves
what are you
to
doing back
screw
there?
up their days.
I'm just sitting by the fire.
Damn.
Lou.
Oh, I saw you
Yeah,
flipping.
Lou, you're making noise. There's a bunch of noise
Yeah, I was
coming through. So
trying
Go over on
I got you
Talcott.
muted.
We got
and you know
we
what?
got to get
I'm just
Talcott
gonna
in
wish you
Hegelian
safe
dialectic.
travels, Lou. Okay.
All right.
Stop screwing up your days, Lou.
I'm going over there. But you know, he never likes it when I show up.
That's the
Hey,
point.
we were talking about
right.
Hero TW, he never likes
giving
it when I
out
show up.
rights.
Yeah, I know. That's
Actually,
the point.
it is the way that
That's
the
what we're
world
doing.
is going to change when more
Hegelian
men
dialectic.
are
Studying it,
leading.
we're employing it.
More men are leading in the way of honor, integrity,
That is what
compassion.
leading through Christ looks like: honor, integrity, compassion.
Amen.
Sounds like it.
And I think America has been lacking that.
Yeah, we're all about the money. We're all about ego. We're all about insecurities. All of that bullshit, playing tough shit. That's insecurities. Yeah, we're all about self.
Well, Joe, that's what it makes
Self-reliance.
it makes perfect sense though too. As a species, we grew up kind of detached especially in the early industrialization age, it seemed to be that was the goal of mankind, was to break out of Mother Nature, right? To get the lights turned on, to get the plumbing in the buildings, you know, to really improve life. So there was a lot of good parts to that, but along with the growth of industrialization, there came the concern of overproduction. And then, you know, then the economists start worrying about if people are only buying what they need, well, there's no market to keep buying. If things aren't getting thrown away, well, and then disposable obsolescence or planned obsolescence comes out, and all these, and the propaganda to convince people that they need a new car, they need the new wardrobe, they need the new car.
iPhone, a new computer. Yeah.
Yep.
Drop
Still
my
goes
cigar.
on.
I'm chill trying to find my cigar, man. You gotta bear with me a little bit here.
All right. Welcome back, Truth for Cop.
Well, thank you for having me. Let me know. I don't have my headphones in. I don't think.
Yeah, your mic sucks, Truth Car.
Yeah.
If there's something you can do, please do. All right. And Joe, I think I might mute you, Joe, while you're looking too. Well, I got you. While you're looking.
It's better now. Mine's better now, right?
Yeah.
Is it too low or what? This is
It's
too
low. Yeah.
Hmm.
It seems bizarre.
Just like I left this ragtag operation over here. Still having technical difficulties.
Oh my goodness.
I'm back in Chicago, Jack. First day back. I just pulled on the corner to you know, chase some bad guys. Let me take this hoodie off.
Very cool.
How loud is that?
That is loud. Welcome back.
Like too loud now? Good.
No, actually, it sounds all right.
I adjusted it again. Joe Kool, I ain't never been on panel with you. I'm very suspicious of your behavior, but I am trying to lead your mom with honor, as my slogan states. So, what do I do there, sir?
Hey, Joe, that was directed at you. I don't know if you caught it.
I think he knows it was. I pissed him off with that last sentence, I think. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. He had his
wasn't
headphones out.
See, there I go with telling my own stories. Look at me.
Truth or Cop just poured his heart out to you, Joe. Did you catch it?
No, that was all for you, bro.
I had the headphones out.
No, I don't think have we ever spoken together? I don't think so.
I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. I've heard your name, of course.
Yeah, I've seen you around for a long time. We have stacks and stacks of cases planned against you, but I think you're gonna make it through them all. But we got them planned.
All the cases against
I am
him.
quite sure, bro. I'm quite sure. I watch my friends drop like them at targets.
No, you got a different plan on your back. You know, you got something else developing there.
Yeah. Chasing the white bunny. All right, so that was just it. You just want to tell me about my upcoming cases?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I made a lot of assumptions about myself and your perception of me before you got on your headphones in, but I'm not going back to that. Ron probably has some perspective there. I don't know.
It's all right, man.
Hey, how about these topics? We're back to the idea of where we've come to and growing in our selfishness, the idea that consumers have been manufactured. Can you get with that concept?
It's logical. It make us depend upon consumerism. We're good at it. Anything we need, we're supposed to push a button, 911, 411, DMV, or whatever. We have numbers for everybody to take care of our shit. Plumber, so-and-so. You do nothing on your own. Consumerism. I go for it.
See, and if I spent some time thinking about the downsides to that, right? There's many, because a consumer is going to follow their desires, not necessarily logic and what's true. And those who are taught to follow, well, guess what? There's the obedience. There's the habits. And then I'd never considered this too. Turning the people of the land into consumers. It really did. Well, it happened as well. The government's turned into a corporation. And so then the people of the land are treating the government like it's a business. Hey, I'm paying you, so you should be doing all of this for me. And the government's like, hey, you're paying me, so you guys should be doing this for me. Right?
I fall victim to that a little bit, right? I do that shit. You work for me, you're my servant. I'm trying to get out of that. I do that shit. Yeah.
Well, and that is what's going to help us to overcome the selfishness. We start uniting. We've got another guest out in the outdoors even. Welcome, OTW. How you doing?
What's up, bro?
It's been a while for OTW as well. Like I said, never know what's going to happen when I start this stream up each day. And never know what might happen. So, anyway. Well, with the
you're muted, OTW.
I think he's still playing with it. Not sure.
Oh, so his mouth moving. All right.
Anyway. Yeah, this is actually what I was, before I brought him up, that's what I was wondering too.
Patrick, that's OTW's real name?
Yeah.
Hey, nothing changed, man. I've been going from here for months, man. Nothing's changed, bro.
Yo, be careful. Cynthia, she been out here snitching all night, dog. She's been telling me all kinds of things. You won't believe what I heard from her. Stay out. Don't believe what. Dog, watch out for her.
Don't trust Cynthia.
See this? Oh my God. What are we going to do? Sincerely. We know about the corruption. We know about the problems. We know a lot. What are we going to do with what we know? I truly trust that the way to bring the most effective and the most immediate change, it's right through the heart of the problem. And I think the greatest problem in our world right now is the structures and the representation from the United States government. I think it's been that way for a while.
I would have said the biggest problem is me, right? You. We are our biggest problem. Individual. I'd have said overcoming that. First, I got to be an example. My biggest problem. I got to be peace if I'm going to teach peace, right? I got to be truth if I'm going to teach truth and all those things. I had a lot of work on that nonsense.
Joe, can I ask you something? Do you know what a TI is? Targeted individual?
I've heard targeted individual, yeah.
I am one, I know I can prove it to you, but I think we are a threat to, we are a few, but we are a threat to the people on the top. Because we know something, and they didn't want that the public knows that. But conspiracies are sorry?
I don't want to tell you this, but I came in here earlier, and I think you saw earlier, but hey guys, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Ignore us, please. I just joined the targeted slaves unit. If you feel like you're a targeted slave, please reach out to me in the back. And I'll be happy to take care of your concerns. We got this, bro.
They don't harm you, but they tell you that they are targeting you. They tell you that they are watching you.
Targeted slave.
Many people here are not knowing this.
Can we get back to Jack now? I mean,
Jack is trying to target himself with our information and misguidance. So let's go into him. Let him be the targeted slave for now. I am indeed concerned for your safety at this point, Jack. Watch out. I don't know what to do from here, bro. it's out of my control. I tried.
Many people say they tried. It's the game of life. This is guys, we've got sincerely, we don't have to, we get to. And I believe, please wake up, help others wake up and see what is going on. The world we live in is real, but the structures that everyone's obeying and fighting to defend and enforce, those are pretend. We've got real men and women sleeping in the streets, being sent off into wars and damages. We've got other men and women providing for their families, creating weapons of destruction, right? Creating and supporting the military industrial complex. People are willingly doing these things, including the people dedicated their lives to these advertising campaigns. I mean, we got another political cycle coming up. How many millions of dollars, billions maybe, invested into the advertising cycle? Got to mind control the masses to get them to pick their next slave master. And it's not even a slave master, it's just a puppet. What are we going to do?
That we said it seems elusive to me. The only way we become a we if I become an I and somebody admires it and picks up a couple of things that they admire. I'm not so sure how much sway I have. I've been trying for years of power or nonsense like that. I even went your route first, Jack, to get the signatures, go downstate to the capitals, talk to your senators and shit. I took busloads of motherfuckers down there, busloads petitions, busloads of people. I tried that first. The higher you get, it's like the worse they get too.
It's a challenge. I mean, communicating with people, you're right. There needs to be some source of admiration. People need to see a connection and a willingness to connect.
And
My
see
hope
you do it, then they'll learn by watching you do it, right? Or me do it, not you per se, but they'll learn by watching someone do it.
Someone else. That's the American way. Someone else will do it.
No, but you learn. I needed someone to show me this cop watching shit. I didn't know how to redress.
Okay.
I saw someone else do it, then I learned. Now I do it. I didn't have to join with that motherfucker, none of that shit. But he created a soldier.
Joe, this is perfect. The idea that we've got to be the example. That's what Jesus was for us. As more of us start, and here, this is my life too. There may have been people who shined like Christ in my life before, but I never saw them. I didn't notice anyone real bright and loving, gentle and kind. I didn't see many men like that in my life.
You met Guru?
Well, then I started noticing them. I found more and more, and then I realized, holy shit, those guys are just like me. And
normal guys.
And then I realized, hey, maybe I can be more like, maybe I can be more like Jesus was.
Yeah, you just got to practice that patience and that temper, because you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're the guru guy who wants to bring peace that gets angry all the time. You will continue, in my opinion, until you fucking overcome that. You can't be what you want to be.
Fucking liar. Joe, you're absolutely right. I'm an example. Every one of us, we are our own worst enemies. And anger, dude, that's been my bitch. I have been anger's bitch all my life. For much of my life.
A wise man once told me, Jack, there is only the now. There is only the now. So when that anger, what you did in the past matters not. What you do in the future, what you're learning matters not. Did anger get you right now? So me and you need to focus up. Oh, my man's got something burning there.
Well, yeah, he's out with a campfire. It looks nice.
He's got the bricks around it. It looks like he got a dead body in the middle.
OTW's
Could be.
coming up tonight, man. I'll tell you what.
Hey,
Also,
the
also, I was literally just thinking OTW. If I just interrupted you, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've ever even directly acknowledged you with my voice. Other than when
is
I
it?
yell at you, I'm listening. I believe so.
Holy cows! This is a special day, then, isn't it? I feel honored. My stream has captured some pretty cool moments. Thanks, Truther Cop.
Oh, holy day, where Jesus was. Hey, Jack, I'm abandoning you, man. I'm gonna chase some police, man. I'm back in the city. I gotta go get my, nut off.
Respect, go earn your keep, man.
We'll put in a good word for you. Don't worry. Don't be afraid of it.
He's got the same haircut as that guy from Shrek who was supposed to save the princess but never could.
Why? And then I look over and I see Sly. Talk is nothing without action, Jack. Sly, jump up here. We'll see some.
Thank God Teddy Spaghetti finally got on board instead of harassing me all day every day.
Can I ask you
Busting my
something?
balls. Get with it, man.
It's up to Jack.
Get culted or get gone.
Sorry, Jack.
No, please
Can
feel
I ask
free. Please.
Truther Cop, what is the one thing you want to tell all men that you know about the deep, societies and all things? What is the one thing you want to share? You want to say?
To anyone, man or woman, it's stop looking outside of yourself for authority. We all look to these words written by others. This validation from others is it's that simple. Validation from anyone outside of ourselves. We have to have that connection with the Most High in our heart.
But you recognize there are people that are controlling us, huh? Or they have more power than us.
Well, from that, I would reckon that they would get that power through.
I mean, how brainwashed are we? We are all brainwashed. We are all brainwashed.
We're
You
we're
agree?
brainwashed. We're brainwashed enough to believe that others have power over us. That is not true. And that's what I started realizing. This whole structure of authority. I used to be so afraid of authority. I was so afraid of breaking the rules, of being punished, of being caught, whatever it was. I felt guilty. I'm no longer afraid of authority. I'm afraid of nothing. Well, I'm afraid of straying from the truth again. I'm afraid of straying from God in my mind and heart. I don't want to stray from that again.
Is it okay or not okay, but reasonable to be afraid of God?
I believe Jack just
Because God-
explained the fear of God in proper context. To be honest with you, I've never heard somebody say that. The fear of
afraid.
being led astray from God's path for each of us.
I fear every day because I don't know which day I will die, because I fear every day that God's lead me. That
Public
God
service
put me to hell.
announcement. There's no such thing as beginning and end, and the
fear
loop
it
technically
every day.
stops with you.
Why? I mean, do you have reasons
your
to
regularly
fear every
scheduled
day?
looping.
The Bible, I mean,
Are you afraid of the
I know
future?
that God knows my heart, but my heart is wicked, At one moment, I am all in, I am
Yet you're
with
made in
God.
God's image, dude. One of the first sentences in the Bible,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
make
but,
man in our
but
image.
yeah, but God's
That's first for a reason, sir.
Truther Cop, God's image means that we can understand. It doesn't mean that we are God.
A lot of
Wait,
And
okay,
mending does
but
go on here.
Roman,
sorry.
No, I really do appreciate these conversations because I obviously have room
Everyone's
to grow
got
in
to
my patience
appreciate.
and my
Everyone's
own
got to
ability.
fucking bow down and
What I'm
suck
hearing
my
though,
dick in
what I'm
public.
hearing though is the Christian interpretation, the religious. Let me not identify it as Christian because there's a distinction. The religious interpretations have mankind believing there's a separation between us and God. And that's what Jesus was here to show and to demonstrate. Hey, no,
You guys are
unite
fucking
yourself
pathetic.
with God.
Beyond pathetic.
Unite yourself with the presence of God
Piece
in
of
the
shit.
present right now, in
I'm
the
fucking
here
sick
and
of
now.
you.
Become pure, become true, and stay pure and true and loving in the present.
Hey, dumbass.
That is how we
Like,
walk
hey,
without
hey, you know
sin,
what?
is when we
I'm not.
don't corrupt ourselves away from the truth or love.
But who
You
who
get to
can walk
receive
without
what you
sin,
receive.
I
You
think
can.
everyone
I
has.
You
know what I'm
can.
offering.
You can.
And I'm
Wow.
offering.
How you
Stop
can
sinning.
have never ever in your life have a bad
I
thought
don't know.
about everyone.
Nope. We
Anyone
live
else.
in the present. We live in the present. So when we can clear our conscience from guilt and resentment of the past,
You
when we
fucking
can do the
religious
inner work
losers.
honestly and compassionately with ourselves and others, well, we can live
Scumbag,
truthfully
demented,
without
defective
sin.
fucking mental
We can
apes.
practice
I don't think so.
interrogating our thoughts, making sure that the impure
You got
thoughts don't lead
owned.
us into
You got
lust
punked
or
out
into
like a
disgrace.
bitch.
But that doesn't
And you
mean
don't
we
want
can
to acknowledge
recognize
it.
that
You
this is
don't
a
want to
sin,
admit it.
lust and anger. But that doesn't mean that we never have it again. And when we
Okay.
have it again,
You missed
you
the
know,
point earlier,
I think,
Roman. We are made in
yeah,
God's image. We are made in
Yeah.
God's image.
yeah, but that
So
that doesn't mean we are God. We just
those faults we have in
aware of what
ourselves,
is good and
when we
evil.
judge ourselves, Roman, hold
And
on. So I'll
there
listen
is
to you, Roman.
Roman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
sorry,
Well,
sorry that I'm talking about. Yeah,
actually, Roman, please hear Truther cop out. I think I get what he's saying.
yeah, sure, yeah, sure. I love
We,
Truth or
we,
God.
we will always, like, not always, God, for, like, maybe one day we'll find that perfect perfection at heaven. But, like, we're always going to be, like, sandpapering our thoughts and our ideas to be more perfected.
You
But
know,
we're still made in the image of God,
yeah, but what
even in
does
our
it?
fault. And God is not the one judging us.
What?
in
Yeah, but
sin.
Trufa, what does it mean to
Now,
be in the image of God? What does it mean to you?
what does it mean? Sorry, one more time.
What does it mean to you that we are in the image of God?
The stars, everything that we see comes from the light of the stars, and we are made in their image.
Yeah, but the Bible says we are in the image of God. What does it mean?
We are made we made them in our image, is what the Bible says. We made them in our image, and we are made in the image of light from the stars. That is what we see.
But we are not stars, you know. What does it mean to be in the image of
What
God?
we see is starlight, except for
Right.
the artificial light, which is energy captured from
That's
different
true,
ways.
and proof that God
Here,
exists. Yeah, but what does it mean to be in the image of God?
Roman.
To be
Roman.
the natural light, not the artificial, I would suppose. At
No,
that point. Now, like,
no.
there we go.
It means that we are aware.
Okay.
Nothing.
So then
Nothing.
you know the answers. So what are you
No,
asking about?
no. Everyone has its own answer. Sorry.
No,
I don't want to
please
be
continue.
opposed.
Please continue. You're fine. No, you're fine.
It's just a discussion on what everyone thinks. I don't want to be opposed
Well,
to
but
anyone.
no, I was pointing out, Truth or Cop brought up, we're made in the image of God. And then you offered the answer. Now I missed what the answer you said was.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I just want to
we'll never,
understand what it means.
Well,
we'll never
you don't
find what
need to.
anybody else is saying. It's always going to be, we're always going to have to, like, come to recognition in ourselves what God is telling
Yes.
us and what the outside is telling us. And nobody outside of us is necessarily ever going to say the same thing, although we can see the pattern.
But similar
We
things.
can be part of that.
Absolutely. This is what I realized. The law, God's law, God's truth, it comes from within. The truth is a realization. God is God is the truth that allows us to know, that allows us to realize. You were talking about the starlight, my inspiration I received today. God is my source. I cannot see apart from him. God is the light that I see. God is the light in which I see. And that applies in the physical realm, the energy of light that we perceive through our eyeballs, and then also in the light of consciousness, which I think is what you were saying, Roman.
Yeah, but Jack, I have fear, you know, I fear that, and God is telling me in many ways that how I am, it's wrong, you know.
Yes,
Most
good.
every moment, one moment I'm right, I'm with God, and the next moment I'm wicked, you know, I'm wrong.
Okay.
And
But
I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
no, I'm sorry to interrupt, because what you're saying, that is the way. That's how we find it, right? We pay.
Let's talk about your Cable Ace Award.
Let's
in
talk about buttered
1987.
sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. What about buttered sausage?
That's not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
With God, that is for you to know. I mean, other people can give you opinions, but in the end, the whole goal for us, every single one of us, the spiritual teachings, the goal is to learn how to walk with peace. So this is the thing too. If I can just real quick, this is what I realized about the Spirit of Christ. We all know it. We all know it when we feel these moments of peace, stillness, inspiration, joy. That is the spirit within us, but the world wants us to be distracted and entertained.
You know, when the moments where I feel right and where I get the answer that I'm right is when and the Bible says that when I'm denying myself, you know, and the next moment I'm in my ego and many things, you know, and just, you know, and peace, you know, the religion of Islam teaches that is peace, but that is just self-denial and not really knowing what the truth is.
Okay, then don't worry about the
topic.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'd recommend don't worry about the things that don't apply to you then. I mean, as long as you've looked at it honestly and authentically enough to get a feeling, is this relevant to me or not? Don't worry about the things that don't apply to you.
Yeah, but you know, I'm constantly every day thinking, is Jesus God? Is Allah? Okay, Allah is
Right,
God,
Roman,
and
your thinking
and that
is your issue. Okay? It's seriously, it's all of us. The thoughts, we become accustomed to the thoughts, and they become the source of what's that?
They are lies. Many thoughts are lies. We think even
If
positive thoughts.
if you allow lies, you'll receive lies. If you don't allow lies, you'll find the truth. And this is what I mean. The practice of meditation, this is what this is for, is to practice your self-control of your mind so that you can focus your attention, your awareness on yourself to notice, am I dropping into my ego? Am I feeling confusion? Am I feeling worry, fear, anger? Are those things with me? Because those are the flesh. The spirit is love, and the way to know love is through the truth. And the way to show love is through the truth. That's why we're supposed to be authentic and honest. But the world, you know, back to the topic of propaganda, teaching people to obey their desires and their wants. That's literally convincing people to succumb to temptation. If that's not doing the devil's work, it's right in front of our eyes, man. It's every commercial break.
What do you mean by that? Convincing people to submit to temptation.
Well, that's what the idea of advertising and marketing is it inspires the spirit of desire, and then the spirit of desire, it emerges into, rather than love, since we live in a corrupted world, the desire is turned into lust, and then people,
Well,
my
it's
own
it's kind
experience.
of, is it not that it's the Hegelian dialectic that is created through problem reaction solution? Is that simple? That's
It
I mean,
is.
that is.
Yeah.
That's how it's been applied and executed. It's so, the way things work are so perfect.
Jack, can I ask you something?
Please.
I have relations and people who care about, and they say, what do you say to one who say, believe in a God is naive? What do you say to them? To believe in a God is naive.
Well, one could say that to believe in anything is naive if the opportunity to know exists.
Yeah.
And there is the opportunity to know. There's many people alive today, right now, and we are so blessed to be alive at this time of technology and communication. On top of that, the natural patterns of development, God has truly allowed a lot, tons of life-changing news and wisdom is being shared generously. In the past, the knowledge that really helps people succeed, it's been misunderstood and it's been kept behind paywalls. I truly believe, I say this word "we" a lot, but I see us all as we're all one time in this history here on Earth, and we're sharing time with people we don't know. But I truly believe this is the lifetime that we have everything available for us. Humanity, I mean. We have all the technology, all the answers available to bring forth some incredible healing. Transform this world into one that honors the truth rather than the popular.
What I would like to know is how OTW is powering that table saw out in the middle of nowhere. That's what I would like to know.
An extension cord.
Simple solutions, right? Yeah. Life doesn't have to be complicated, especially when we've got the right tools. And holy cows, I mean, just something simple like that, a table saw. There's a lot of people involved in figuring out how to get all the different pulleys and mechanics and the electrical stuff and all of these different parts that come together for that one tool. And what a blessing it is, man, when you got a project that needs something like that.
I mainly use it to cut the wood that I burn. I don't really use it for much else. The old one.
Hey Jack, did you know that the internet was or is from the military? I think you know that.
It would make sense. I mean,
no.
There is a
It was
plan,
invented by CERN. What are you saying?
The good,
It was invented
the
by
good
CERN.
forces of the military, they want that people all over the world connect and share the ideas. Yeah. Or there is the bad ones who just want to know who has the knowledge of something. I don't know. Just sorry.
I guess we're being restreamed too. I should have guessed that.
Hey Jack, you've been being restreamed since I came over here, brother. You must see that. Paul, like I was already gonna come over here because I've been feeling inspired to get on panels again, and like I got on Paul's, and then he was like, I was already getting on here, and then he told me to get on here. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely getting on there. Like confirmation, honestly, dude. Like we all good, man.
This life is fascinating. This is truly Fascinating.
Oh, and our pool, yes, I am. I am restreaming. Yes, exactly, dude. Our pool.
Restreaming
Yeah.
both of them.
I'm glad that people are paying attention to me and the way that I want to be represented. Thank you, our pool. Finally, some freaking proper validation from an anonymous chatter.
dumbass.
who I don't know the face or image of. He's giving me confirmation. I must
If
be
you
important
get
now.
past your
Yep.
fucking conclusion.
Being paid attention to.
Truthacop, why don't you make more content? I mean, I want to it.
Because I'm always wondering what the point of the content is. I'm not just going to jump on
It's
here every
it's
day.
it's
I'm not
pointless. Just do some. Just go live and say what. I'm not sorry. I
No,
don't
I
want
agree.
to.
I do need to do that more. But it's like, I don't have the dedication of Paul or Jack or OTW, for that matter, to sit there and do it every day, dude. Y'all are crazy. You guys are crazy people in my book. And I'm looking to lock y'all up for a long time. Unless we can strike a deal where I can create content alongside y'all and oppress the people that we disagree with.
Sounds good to me.
No
I
more
like that.
oppression. I am so done with oppression.
Well, all right. Well, what's left then? Depression? It's
Okay,
depression.
OTW, what is with Ian? Do you know something about him?
I haven't heard from
Because he-
him since
You're
the
an
first
idiot.
time he
You're not
showed up
listening to
when he
anything
came
I'm
back
saying.
from his first disappearance, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I saw he posted that he.
You guys are
just,
fucking
I'm thinking about
pathetic.
him.
Beyond
Maybe
pathetic.
Don't go live and so.
That the freak might have like one valid point, and like I've ever seen, unbelievers oppress themselves. I agree with that. The freak. Keep your statements short, please. Please don't be making these broad like you don't have any idea how to develop an argument, but your short statements are very true. I like that one. Your broad arguments are not sustainable at all, sir.
The Freak is an interesting character. Yeah, his longer ones. I think he may use confusion for or overcomplication. Yeah, and I've done it I've been guilty of it myself. But that is a short and powerful observation because it is true. Unbelievers, if you are an unbeliever, then you're likely going to be stricken with some faith or lack of faith. And not only lack of faith, but a lack of connection to the mediator. I talked about that yesterday, that we, as the bodies who we are, we have the gift of perception. And that gift is, it's through God's gift that we can see and perceive. But God's realm is beyond perception. God's realm is the realm of knowledge, of knowing. And in between the perceived and the knower is the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit is that it was presented in the form of Jesus so that we could know it.
Jack, do you think that there is a hell? I know
Hell
this
is
controversial, but
well,
hell is what that table saw can do to you if you don't use it the right way, in my opinion.
But do you want that there is a hell?
I've been through my own levels of hell. And what I called hell is the absence of hope.
That there is a hell? Do you think that
If you believe it's true to you.
It's just all believing, but do you think that this is real?
How about,
okay,
but here, do I think that is real? Dude, I question, is this moment real? Are these moments of life real, or is it only a mind fuck? right? Is this the Matrix? Are we some biological cell being
How could we know
siphoned out?
if this is Matrix, if we are in a
Right,
simulation?
right. So it could be any number of things. So let's not worry about what isn't here or that we
But worry
don't
about if
want.
there is a hell.
Do you want hell in your life?
Not in my
Focus
life, but
on
I
hell.
want that there is. I want that there is a hell because judgment is true. When there
Okay.
is no judgment, there is nothing else to think about or to live about.
Okay.
Not
Yeah, I
okay.
don't agree with that,
That
but
seems that I want that people go to hell, but it is justice. Do you think that there is a justice after that life?
I believe our God is just. Absolutely. Now,
So there is a hell.
again, you can spend the day and we can spend time talking about hell, or what could be better than focusing on hell? How about talk about heaven? Kingdom of heaven, right? So
But how do we get there?
accept it. Accept
But
the
accept
kingdom of
who?
heaven that it what?
Except who? Whom? That's
The kingdom.
gives us the answer.
Okay, see, Roman, you're not
I mean, no,
you're not
I mean
trying to
there
understand.
there
You're
are few
trying to get
people
my
who
words to fit into your
no, I don't
definitions
want.
and beliefs.
I think the real issue is that OTW has not spoken up often enough. You got OTW. We need your input here, man. What's going on?
Well, to be honest, I actually appreciate it because
This is the best shot I've ever seen him have. I love this angle. He does have that. Oh, Roman took off. Good lord.
yeah,
I'm working something up here. You guys, please, OTW, take the main. You have to. Now that he's gone, dude, I'm gone. I'm gone for a moment. I'm gone for like 15.
I don't know what he's talking about. I really don't. You are welcome to join as you want, OTW. The
Well, now that he's gone, there's no sense in actually responding to the guy. So
Oh, I'm still listening. I just mean like, please, I want to hear you. I've never spoken to you directly.
no, but I mean, well, I actually wanted to say something to the other guy, but he's gone. So
Oh, that one. He might be back. He kind of just dropped
what
off
is his
here
name?
for me.
Roman.
Roman, and he had Jimi Hendrix as the icon. Very odd juxtaposition. Jimi Hendrix. You don't know Jimi Hendrix, OTW?
No, I just didn't hear what you said.
Oh, okay. That's my challenge to you on the guitar there. I want to see some Jimi Hendrix there.
So with the topic today, choosing your role in life. The past can't be changed. We can't undo what really happened. However, every day we can change our perceptions on things. And I didn't realize how powerful our minds were. I didn't realize how easily it was to become hypnotized, falling asleep in as a creature of habit, fallen for this stupid American dream. It's becoming a nightmare for more and more people. And brothers and sisters, you know, the Bible and history, lots of great stuff. But what did we learn? Because seriously, we are at a pinnacle point of the evolution or destruction of our future. And I think we have some incredible, amazing opportunities available for this world, for the future, like truly biblical, like bringing the heavenly energies here to earth, raising earth into the heavenly realms, ascending the population into more loving, kind.
Well, Talcott, I agree with that, and to do so I don't want to explain too much here. I would like to address HMFIC Steve. I haven't seen you in a while, bro. I haven't seen you in a while. I just wanted to address you and see how you're doing, man. It's good to see you.
Steve is a good dude. I haven't seen him for a while either.
Streamed in like a year. Like, I don't know. It feels like at least 6 months, if not a year by now. Holy cow. It's been a long time.
Holy cows. What do we do? What do we do if we want... I want the whole world to know what is true. I don't like living in this world where there's so many people enabling lies that people don't know what the hell's going on. And I don't like a world that's profits from debts and immorality and oppression. I don't think that's just. I believe that what God created through us shone through the mystics and the powerful messengers of the past. The human being that we are mystical creatures, far more than the beasts of production and consumption, the good taxpayers and obedient voters that go along to get along. Yeah. Well, I started to look at that, but Daisy made that interview. But I already have a pretty good idea of how we got to here, unless he's offering solutions of how do we do this. Because I think the best way to change the world is to confront the demons. The demons of this world, right? We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against, the
Principalities of darkness in high places. OTW. Do you know freaking oh man, I forgot. I remembered the freaking heavenly thing and then I forgot the earthly thing. Oh, Tommy. Oh, do you know Tommy? You guys have been in each other's chats, dude. You're both restreamers. Tommy Temper.
Tommy, you mean Illuminati?
No, Tommy
Temper.
Temper. You guys are both Canadians.
Nope.
He's north of New York. You've been in his chat and he's been in yours. There's no way. He's probably listening right now, to be honest with you. Tommy Temper, if you're listening, please.
Maybe. I don't know. Because meet a lot of people out here.
Yeah, for sure. No, I figure you guys are both like restreamers.
Tabarnak, méchant lunch.
In Canada. He's talking to his girlfriend out there, dude. Oh, whoa. You might want to boot OTW. It might get a little freaky out there if you actually. Oh man, I'm scared what might happen there. OTW getting into it. What's going on, dude?
I feel at peace. God is moving us towards a fantastic future. And kind of some of the questions, I know that I could probably help Roman better understand, but for whatever reason, I find it has been a challenge for me to communicate properly with people. And
well no, you communicate with me because I'm nothing like you at all. Like, I make tons of cash, dude. Cash is flowing in my pockets, dude. But it's the people you're most like with that you're most likely to have those deep disagreements with because you're most considering their perspective and how it aligns with yours and how you disagree in those fine points. And that's where the most valuable perspectives are, established and refined and defined. And we come together in those places to develop the picture that's coming together naturally. It's already there. It's already present. But we have to go through the process anyhow, because we had to be tested and challenged to show that we participated in the development of the image, I suppose. The chemical process, the film, they used to develop the film and chemicals, the chemical process through which our film is developed, that we see through our eyes, is developed in our minds as individuals. And there's pain, and there's loss, there's changes, but ultimately we're brought to the most high place that, when we seek the truth.
Truth is all that matters.
Because we're brought to an ever-present moment that is ever-changing, and we need to stay on task to even
Stay
understand
in
what the
the
fuck is
moment.
happening.
Yep. Stay in the moment, stay present, stay aware, stay attentive, stay curious. This is what I figured out. Life is complex, but there's very clear patterns. There's very obvious ways to succeed and ways that life happens. I mean, it's really made for the stupid. God is so good, man. Sincerely. The way to have a good life, I realized this in myself. Why was I so miserable? Why was I so lacking in, well, I lacked purpose, I lacked clarity, and I had accepted less than for
And
myself.
we should never lack a vision of where we see ourselves further in the future.
That is the key. I lacked that vision. I thought I had a plan, and I thought the plan was good enough for me. Man, we make plans, God's laugh. Like, that's funny. You think you know. You don't know the future. You don't know what I got in store for you.
No way. Because what he has in store for us is so much greater and more well-defined than we could imagine. And that's where we have to relax.
That's actually been both my experience so far, and I have deep faith that it will continue in the future. Because I'm pretty confident. I mean, I know the role I'm playing and the role I'm trying to take.
And I know you do, and I do as well. But the moment that I hear anything from your perspective, half the time I'm doubting myself based on the subtle tones of your frequency, not because of you, because of me. Because of my problems, because of my trust issues, because of my interpersonal dynamics I'm dealing with myself. And that refines that chemical process where we really feel what is really going on, and we display that through each other.
I love that you pointed that out, and you're aware of it. That is the key, because we do. Our energies and our words, how we interact with each other, man, it can bring up some memories and energies in others. We can trigger each other real easy. But we're all here learning to refine and improve ourselves. And what I figured out long ago, the reason I was miserable was I lacked purpose, which meant I lacked direction. And then when the problems came up, they seemed real bad. But I lacked gratitude. I had no curiosity in life because I thought I'd figured it out. I had a plan, after all. I had a job, and I was comfortable obeying the rules.
Gratitude is what helps us see the unseen, is being grateful and trusting in faith that what we see in ourselves is actually here and present now, that we don't have a physical object to hold on to. There's no idol to possess. But instead, we have the vision, and we see it being unfolded in front of us, and we are the first witness. And we have to have that faith until other witnesses come along to develop the proper perspective.
That's beautifully said, my friend.
Well, thank you for the space. It wouldn't have happened anywhere else. Thank you, sir.
Well, the idea of the gratitude too, connected to what you were saying about the chemicals. When we're grateful, the mind process, and I don't claim to know how it works, but I know that the body releases chemicals that help our body feel more pleasure, more comfort, And what I've noticed from experience too, and it just makes sense, when we allow our mind to be grateful or our heart to be grateful, our mind is in a state of appreciation. The worries and the fears, they don't have space there.
And perhaps in those moments we co-develop a higher image together through the chemical solutions that are naturally occurring.
Yes, it allows our perceptions to rise to a greater perspective, to a greater perspective from love. And I love it. Yes, gratitude, it will lead us to higher ideas, greater ideas. It'll transform our lives. And I encourage anyone, if you're feeling darkness or despair or patterns of anger and helplessness, it's really time to evaluate your level of gratitude and appreciation. Because that takes us back to the OTW probably jumped out for food, I'm assuming. I was going to take us back to something earlier, though.
Oh, OTW. Dodge.
Yep, you're the winner, dude.
No, there's
you
no
won today.
No, OTW had no.
You're
OTW had the presence. He captured my dude. I've never seen OTW in such form. I love the way he came up here with that shot. I still am undecided. Now I want this posted in the chat if possible, Jack. Was the image in the background of OTW's saw there, was that a forest or was that a barn? Recall it now without going back. Do not scroll backwards. What do you think it was, Jack? Was it a barn or was it a forest of birch trees? I'm not sure.
I thought it was a backyard. I thought I remembered a fence.
Oh, you think it was a fence? I don't know. Jack. You gotta put the poll in the chat. I don't know.
I don't
I don't
know.
know myself. That's why I asked. That's what I would do.
I'm not so worried about it. Hey, brother, I am. We're coming up on 2 hours. That's a good time for me
Thank
to wrap up, I
God.
think.
There is a God. That's proof.
Good man.
I appreciate you joining. Any last thoughts?
I would just wonder what, having heard all the things tonight, what you would want to leave everyone with.
I'm going to touch over a couple of the ideas again. What I hoped to point out today, I think I did, and it's pretty obvious how the world, especially the Western world, we've developed into this consumerist mindset. It's a hamster wheel. You consume more, you got to produce more. You produce more, you got to consume more. We've had leaders in the corporate we have had men and women in high places, right, in this world, positions of power and influence. And, well, it's been short-sighted in the planning, right, between the way Mother Earth is being turned, all of the resources are being turned from natural into waste. We're still filling landfills. We're still shipping trash and plastics all around the world, sending our trash from the US and over to Asia, so they can deal with our waste. This is insanity. Praise God. Because by the grace of God, go ahead.
I mean, considering all that, like, what would you do with that waste? Like, if you could direct people to make decisions, what would you do with that? Like, I can lay out an example here if you don't have a clear idea. Milwaukee, I don't know how many of you have ever heard of Milorganite. Milorganite, it's an organic lawn care fertilizer. Organic. It's natural.
Okay.
Sorry, it might be natural. It's not organic. So it's the natural solution. Milorganite is I read the whole site. It's so much. If you read their site about what this is about, you'll begin to understand what prescriptions are about and all that, and how they write the language about how they sell a product. But Milorganite is ultimately the recycled septic waste of people in Milwaukee sold in Home Depot and Lowe's everywhere in the country as the natural solution. So, like, it's crazy. Like, it's wild stuff.
Holy crap.
Yes.
This is I mean, until we start waking up, people start seeing this. We were born into a world of commerce where everything is for sale. That's criminal, right? That's the satanic idea. Satan comes down here, rules the world, and passes on rulership to others. Hey, part of my inspiration today was this documentary I found called The Shit Throw Speen, something like that. Whoops, hit the wrong button. Sorry, amateur hour here. This was part of my inspiration today. Shit throw scene. I can't remember how they say it, but basically, welcome to the age of cheap crap. That's what the world and life has become. It's been, what's the word? Commoditized. You know, everything's got a price, and that includes the values and choices of those who are in positions of legislation. It only makes sense that a free market would allow the government and the freedoms to be sold. Why not? It's the laws of banking and commerce that everyone's agreed to. Anyway, that's not.
Guys, it's just here. Can you de-escalate a little bit?
That's what I'm talking about.
No, you guys are like
Anyways,
tweaking, dude.
Can you tell my partner?
I mean, I don't care if I go to get arrested tonight, bro. But you guys are tweaking, dude. I know, but you guys are tweaking, dude. Let's just do it, because if I get arrested, it ain't no thing to me, dude.
Cool. So
and I shouldn't, dude. There's nothing. There's no injured party, dude. But I'm just saying, let's just calm down, dude. Calm down.
So what's your name?
You guys are very riled up, man. I really don't even want to give you. See, you guys are so quick.
If you don't identify yourself, you can.
I understand. Dude. I understand it. Trust me. I understand it. I'm willing to do it.
What's your last name?
Dude, we just calm down. Can we calm down? You guys are tweaked, dude.
No, we're not.
Yes, you are, man. You guys are very tweaked out, dude.
I mean, that's only part of the story, because the other part of the story, despite the corruption, despite the selfishness, we all have the chance to be different. I think I'm going to wrap it up.
Every breath we take in, we give words to, we give life to. In the beginning was a word, and the word was with God, and the word became flesh. And everybody wants to say, that was Jesus. Yeah, sure, it was. It was also everything else.
Yeah. It's
everything else that you see, it was also that. And it was this. And it was that. And it was this and this and this and this and this.
Isn't it amazing? There's a connection to it all. I love that you see that. Maybe that's why.
We all see it. We just don't know how to say it. And when we listen to each other, we find that. It's the pulse that we see. We're here.
Yes.
Now we need to move forward with strength and confidence and not be perturbed by the enemy at all. Let's go.
That's the key. I'm gonna throw you out after that, because that's like a mic drop. Okay. Thank you for joining, brother. That we are right where his thoughts were. Everything is connected, right? This is this and this is that, and it's all there. It's all the same. Now we're here. And now what do we do? Well, you do what you feel guided to do, but I encourage you, go within you and ask your heart, what is true? Recognize and humble yourself. There is a divine source of the all. And I invite, why not try it if you haven't yet? Invite in the Spirit of Jesus to join you. to act as the intermediator, as the Holy Spirit, the communicator, to help better understand the language of God. Because God, man, God is so mysterious. The truth is so mysterious. Love is so mysterious. And we wouldn't know of any of those things without life. So please honor your life, respect your life, purify you so the world can see the light of God, the light of love, the light of truth living through you, with you, as you lead yourself and others into the destiny of, well, your heart's imagination. Once again, thank you again to all who have tuned in. Today, admittedly, my energies were down, and I spent quite a bit of time about considering taking a day off.
God
Planting the
damn
seed
it,
of
Paul.
thought for those of you who are loyal and stay and catch this. I may end up taking a day off soon, just for the purposes of my own personal.
It was a big
commitment and relationship to the
transsexual. I
divine.
don't know.
Time to serve in different ways, perhaps, but who knows? Today, thank you again, brothers and sisters. Peace for everyone. Choose love and live without fear. Thank you again, and God bless us all.
Yeah. Coming at ya. Jack Talcott, live without fear. Starring Truth or God. Love that. I fucking love that patriotic outro, man. Brings me new levels of pleasure. Thank God that was over. Like a fucking marathon listening to that shit. Is that what it's like listening to me? Is that me? Is this real? I mean, I'm starting to get like a window into why people treat me the way they treat me sometimes. I'm like, maybe they're having that same experience. What the fuck is this guy saying? Why is he getting mad at people, throwing them out? He's looping. Truth or Cop, are you there, sir? Did you make it through the fucking time warp portal? Make it in one piece? All right. I'm throwing you out, Truth or Cop. I don't know what he's doing. I guess he might have got infractuated when we came through the portal. Separated into multiple parts. Can happen. All right, we'll work on getting him put back together. We appreciate him being here and, of course, being part of the Talcottian experience. So, yeah, I'm going to leave it there. Calling it a success, despite whatever the fuck that just was for the last couple hours. And I'll be back tomorrow, somewhere between 12 and 3 MDT. And I have to thank the contributors and the supporters. Much love, much love. I said it twice, and that's how you know it's real. I'm sure you felt that. Seriously, though, much appreciated. It's a blessing to be here, an honor to be here. I love serving you, brothers and sisters. That is my service to you. Much like the Christed being, if Jack Talcott's going to say he's Jesus' second incarnation, well, so am I. Fuck it. And that's like my gift to you, being here 7 days a week, over 500 days straight. I give my life force so you folks can live better. That's a Christed incarnation right there. If I have to say so myself about me, and I am, because I'm very humble with humility and I'm modest. But I am, of course, the God of all media. So, yeah, I'll meet you back here, whoever you are. Wobbly Boosts, Penal Power, Jeeps, all the regulars, the deplorables, and some new folks coming over from Bryan. Here's the deal. We appreciate them as well. Mazel from out west. Moonbags, of course, joining us. Say goodbye, Moonbags. Goodbye, Moonbags. All right, I'm out of here. And a little bit of a different, longer outro twist today, but still viable. All right, we're going to it.
What do I do?
How do I escape this bullshit from Paul, from Margot,
his little
conflicts?
arrogant piece of shit fucking mockery of me? Holy. Brothers and sisters, peace and many blessings. There comes a time in every man's life where he must abandon the old for the new. And for this man, that time is now. My name is Jack Talcott, and 28 days ago I gave up my house, my car, and all my possessions to set out on the journey of a lifetime. Everything except my phone, of course, plus a few other essentials I'll need to document my spiritual adventure, a journey of enlightenment. So, for the foreseeable future, I'll be headed deep into the mountains of the Himalayas, seeking out a secluded Buddhist monastery I discovered in a Nepalese tourism group on Facebook. Now, I already know what you're going to say. Jack just got kicked out of his house. He's just doing this because he has no other options left. And brothers and sisters, you would be absolutely correct in that assumption. But hey, sometimes you have to lose everything in order to get everything back and more. Worst case scenario, I find some nice monks that just give me a warm, cozy place to crash for a few weeks. Or however long it takes me to reach enlightenment. Whichever comes first, I suppose. Wait a minute. Where the hell am I going? I think I'm lost. Where's my map? Holy. Holy. Jack Talcott isn't turning back. Not this time. I can do this. Live without fear. Live without fear. Live without fear. Fear. After wandering for approximately a fortnight, I finally descended the treacherous Himalayan mountain range, across the Bishnumati River, and into the Nagarjun forest valleys. As it turns out, I didn't even need the stupid map. The coordinates to peace were in my heart all along. And the Sherpa that just happened to find me before I succumbed to frostbite probably had some role. Okay, so get off my back, okay? I'm humble enough to admit I almost died up there. I mean, holy cows, man. I'd like to see one of you asshats conquer the world's tallest mountain range without a single fucking issue. You motherfuckers. I'm sorry, brothers and sisters. I have no idea why I just said that. Please forgive me. After all, I am an imperfect being on a journey for perfect enlightenment. These things take time, and I haven't even gotten to Kathmandu yet.
You have traveled very far, traversed the frozen wastes and harsh landscape to reach our sacred monastery. So please, tell me, Jack Talcott, why have you come here?
I'm hoping to serve.
And what purpose do you serve?
I trust that our purpose is to be and to become. And we become through...
Silence! Stop babbling and shut your mouth! Now you will exercise quietness. You have much to learn.
All of us do. We are the cosmic light of consciousness.
Holy shit, this is going to take some serious work.
It's now been several weeks since I decided to embrace a monastic lifestyle. Or maybe even several months, man. I tend to easily lose track of time here. The important thing is that I feel like I've finally found my true self again. And I've started to unlearn, all the ugly worldly habits I was taught by society, and replacing them with traditional Buddhist practices like samatha, for example, which means calming, stilling the mind, making it peaceful, and most importantly, clear. Because a clear mind is a prerequisite to a liberated mind, right? I don't know. I'm asking. A typical day starts at 5:30 with the sounding of a bell, and hopefully everybody wakes up. I myself sometimes do not. And then at 6 a.m., we have what's called morning puja, which consists of an hour of chanting followed by meditation. Then at 11, we eat our one meal of the day. And that is a ceremony, brothers and sisters, because we have to formally receive the food, which means we rely solely on the generosity of others. And while being dependent on what others give me is something I'm already well accustomed to, begging for food has taught me acceptance, humility, and gratitude. And don't tell the other monks, but all the nasty food that I can't tolerate, I just end up feeding to the cats. They love it, and they love me. The generous donors feed me, I feed the cats. It's basically the circle of life. Then after eating, we get to enjoy an hour of personal downtime, but not before the completion of a few daily chores.
Maybe it's the normal ego trip, but I'm always wondering, what else could I be doing? There is a purpose just to our being. Should I have gone and gotten a job? Maybe. And yet, my fingers are strong now. I got calluses on the fingertips. Before and after enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. You're going to chop wood and carry water regardless. But after enlightenment, you chop wood, carry water without the burden of worry or stress or resentment. It just gets done.
Or it doesn't get done, and I just end up crawling back into bed. Soon winter will arrive, and then the real challenges begin. Ouch. Ow. Ugh. Ugh. Jesus H. Christ, that hurt.
Surely, Jack Talcott, you didn't come here expecting to escape your pain. I don't believe you know what true pain feels like.
Are you fucking shitting me right now?
Pay very close attention, Jack, for the path you must tread to enlightenment will not come easily.
Jeez.
Close your eyes, Jack. Focused meditation is key to integral growth. Surrender your confusion.
And is there any relevance or point?
The point is to sit silently and seek God's will.
Sitting alone in my meditation and my thoughts and my prayers, I really don't know how God works, okay?
Because you do not know yourself. Because you don't care to know yourself.
Hot.
Concentrate, Jack Talcott. Let go lightly. Hold on tightly. Concentrate!
Fuck.
He is not yet ready.
As sure as winter came and went, so eventually did my fear of pain and of myself. I was finally ready to live without fear again.
Huh?
Behind you, ass clown. Holy cow, that's gonna leave a mark. Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. You can do this. Live without fear. Live without fear. Hurrah!
All these months of training, and you still choose to daydream when you should be meditating. Jack!
Who?
You idiot!
I've never been one to really be able to sit and meditate and just sit for hours and hours at a time.
Because you lack focus.
What?
Don't you see, Jack? You just proved my point. You lack even the focus and self-awareness to know what's going on at this very moment.
Jack has failed again to be perfect.
It's not about perfection. I've merely presented my version of...
You've presented some false narratives and some assumptions. So your version is, you don't know, you've never investigated.
No investigation is needed when your behavior is readily apparent. Your pride limits your growth.
I'm gonna brag. I am pretty fucking proud of what I am and how I've been behaving, considering the amount of negative feedback.
Criticism is not negative feedback.
So I'm actually pretty proud of who I am and who I have been becoming and what I hope to achieve in the future. To be judged for receiving negative, imagined insults under the guise of criticism.
It's obvious you're incapable of changing anytime soon. I'm going to ask that you leave the monastery now.
You're free to do so.
So make your decision, Jack Talcott. Either commit to change now or get out.
Forget changing anything. What the fuck else can I change? Okay, I'm doing my absolute best to be kind, to be patient, to present myself as a good man.
You are hereby banished.
You know what? This has been a good ego check to remind me of back to where my purpose is.
I'm sure.
You feel no reason to listen to me, and you don't really offer me anything that has, well, let me not be disrespectful. I hope things improve in the future, because if people weren't simply running around talking shit about me, I might get an opportunity one-on-one with someone to say, hey, can I show you what I've got?
You already did. And aside from feeding felines and accepting dares from the other monks to drag a boulder tied to your nuts, you showed me nothing. So, where will you go next, Jack? What's your plan from here on out?
I'm considering relapsing again on nicotine.
All right, that's it. I've had enough of your defeatist attitude. I assume you'll be wanting to head back to Spokane. I'm booking you the next economy flight out of Kathmandu. Godspeed, Jack Talcott. Go live without fear somewhere else.
God of all media.